You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, 11 p.m. on Friday, May 6th, 2022. We are continuing today our playthrough of Bureau of Investigation, Investigations into Arkham and Elsewhere. We're on Case 3, the House of the Sorcerer. If you are joining us for the first time, this is not the place to start. You're better off watching our playthrough of the demo case, which is free to download and print and play. This video will be full of spoilers. It's a story-based game. You can only play it once, so obviously there would be no reason for you to jump in now. Furthermore, this video will be taken down after we play it and sort of embargoed for a month or so in agreement with the author Gregory Pravat, who wants there to be some time with before playthroughs are available on YouTube to encourage people to play the game themselves. If the chat could let me know if the audio and video are okay. In fact, let's check in with the chat and make sure we've got everything set up. We've got Jonathan, Warner, Drunk Tiger, Anna Maria all here. So we've got a full complement. The full squad is here today. All right, let's talk about... Jonathan is making his little joke about the audio is good when I ask if the audio and video are good. All right, we're not going to have a long 30-minute prelude before we jump in. We're going to jump in fairly quickly, but I do want to say a couple things about this case, and I'm quite excited to play this case number 3. If you look, Gregory says this is explained in the rules, but I don't see it in the English rules, but possibly I've missed over it. But if you look down here, there's 3 little Cthulhu tentacle circles. This is the difficulty rating. The first 2 cases were rated at 1. So now we're up to 3. We've gone from 1 to 3. Furthermore, if you look on Board Game Geek, there's a forum for this game, and one of the early posts on that forum, Gregory Pravat was answering some questions, and he was listing approximate playtimes based on his playtesting history of these games. And he's listed this game at taking from like I think it was 4 to 6 hours or 4 to 12 hours. Anyway, significantly longer than the first two cases. The first two cases took us each one about 7 hours to play. So I think it's a fair guess that this will take us 2 sessions to get through. So be warned, we may continue this tomorrow evening. From looking at this, from looking at the introduction, which we will look at, we'll read together in a second, you get it, and looking through the box, you really get the feeling that Gregory has experimented with changing things up through these cases. In addition to the new mechanics that were introduced in case 1 and 2, where you've got an investigation section and an interview section. Each place you go to, you can interview and or do interview, or what did I call it? Now I've forgotten the name for that myself. Investigate, not inspect. Anyway, case 3, suddenly those are gone. There's no more interview and investigation. And it's interesting because the rules basically talk about every case as if there's going to be an interview and investigation mode, but there isn't. So case 3 basically chucks all that out the window. We'll still have to pick 3 places at the end. But the other thing that's different is it's a super thin book. Tiny. And I wonder if we're now going to use case booklets A and B, which are in the game and aren't explained what they're for. You also don't use the normal large map for Boston or Arkham. Instead, we've got this little unfolding map. We'll look at that in a second. You'll see there are some more surprises in store. And I'll just remind you that case 4 and 5 are completely different on their own, different from this. So this is a one-time experience where some weird new stuff is happening. Case 4 is an envelope full of loose documents. So everything is different. And okay, so let us read this. Let's see what we're in store for. Case 3, the House of the Sorcerer. Okay, here we go. Well, before we start, is there anything else we need to catch up on in the chat? Anyone doing anything interesting this weekend? Interesting movies, anything like that? Doctor Strange movie has come out. I wonder if any of you have seen that yet. I'll eventually go see it. I'm not a huge fan of the Marvel movies, but I do end up seeing them anyway. Hate watching them, as they say, as they criticize me for doing. Drunk Tiger said, I saw a headline that it is the 6th worst Marvel movie. Jonathan Warner said, tried out a little of the text adventure Deadline, have not beaten it yet. We've talked about Deadline in previous live streams. The Infocom, the famous Infocom adventure game, maybe one of the first pure detective Agatha Christie style adventure games, and one that really experimented with the notion of time on the clock passing and things happening at certain times, having to be in certain places. It was too much for my little, when I tried playing it, it was too much for my mind to wrap my head around, but it was quite famous. Someone posted a comment. Well, there were point and click, I'm trying to remember. I guess obviously Deadline Infocom was before there was graphic adventures, but maybe Mystery House was a text-based adventure. I'm not sure I'm familiar with Mystery House, but Deadline was much more of it. There may have been mystery text adventure games, but not like Deadline. Deadline was like a strict interview suspects and try to find who in the house is guilty of the murder. That really felt very different. I think, than Mystery House. I'm trying to remember. I don't remember which one Mystery House was. Someone posted on a comment, Dan C, I think his name was, that he had listened to the playthrough of this channel of one of the Baker Street Irregulars 6-hour games in a car while driving. And I just, that boggles my mind that you could listen to it on audio. I mean, I can see how you could listen to any of these trying to get to sleep. But as to listen to the audio without being able to see the maps in the car, that's really an interesting experience. I can't imagine what it was like. All right, let's just jump right in. We have no time to waste and read this here. Last comment from Jonathan Warner says, I was worried the manual said there was a what's wrong command and it did not seem to be working. It turned out you just needed to type what's wrong. No apostrophe. In the early days of programming and text adventures, there's no sophisticated use of apostrophes. Drunk Tiger says, that's what I did. I listened to the Gaslight Adventures while commuting to work past 2 weeks. Adventures by Gaslight remains one of the highlights of my board game playing life. Jonathan Warner and I, mostly the two of us, played for 45 hours over 7 sessions, and that remains one of the highlights. I mean, it was such an epic game. You just don't get those anymore. Although maybe you do. Maybe there are still a few more out there for us to play. All right, here we go. We're going to read the introduction to Case 3, House of the Sorcerer. No sign of Gregory Pravat today. We've benefited from his help in the last 2 sessions. Not really help, but like if we've missed something. But hopefully we're less likely to make mistakes now. All right, here we go. Briefing. Arkham, Massachusetts, May 20th, 1929. Department of Justice, Bureau of Investigation. You remember Hoover's words as you pop the collar of your coat. Agent Dexter, I guess that's us, I ask that you proceed immediately to 14 Pickman Street Southwest in Arkham. This case shouldn't take up too much of your time. The local police contacted us last night regarding a missing child, young Alice Fernier, was reportedly last seen at this address, slipping into this house. I ask you to go there, recover the child as soon as possible, and lock the door when you leave. Here are the spare keys to the house. Do you have any questions? Nope, no one went into the old house. Various rumors and superstitions keep the locals away from this building, more commonly known as the House of the Sorcerer. More importantly, it's a federal property, and the local police are not allowed to enter it. According to our records, the government confiscated the house and its land in 1780. Since then, it has had the presidential residence status, although no president has ever set foot in it. Yes, we have a plan of the premises. Here it is. As you can see, it won't be of much use. The house isn't that large. It won't take you more than 10 minutes to look around it. So we have 10 leads. 10 minutes. This is going to be a 10-minute case. We're going to wrap this up. We will be done by midnight. Surely. 10 minutes. Look at that key. All right, and let's take a look. Here's the map of 14 Pickman Street Southwest. And here it is. Top secret for some reason. We'll be looking at this more later, but look what else is new. What's going on here? Numbers, signs, but no actual numbers. The street is number 14. So it's got a downstairs and an upstairs. Okay, let's continue reading. Now that you're standing in front of it, you understand why no president has ever set foot in this hideous dump that seems about to collapse. The wooden facade, which must have been white centuries ago, is now blackened and warped, fallen victim to its age and the weather, all of which gives the impression that the building is emitting some sort of howl. Not quite a breath, but rather a death rattle. It has been releasing since the dawn of time. You pull yourself together and dismiss this ridiculous idea, undoubtedly caused by the fatigue of the journey. The house is not very big, and if Alice Fernier has not answered the neighbors' calls, it probably means that she slipped through a worn-out floorboard. You must not dawdle. She may very well be dying. You hasten to the front door, which has been left ajar. It opens into a vestibule. 001 with a little asterisk. Okay, and here we go. Here's some instructions. As you are exploring, note the room numbers on the plan. You can go back and forth between the rooms you numbered without visiting those that separate them. If you run out of leads before you find the child, return to the street, number 14. Each time you read an entry, you spend 1 lead. As long as a room's number remains unchanged, you can reread its entry without spending another lead. Take the house plan. And along the side here now, where we used to have our 2 sections for investigate and interview, we now just have the numbers. 1 through 22, 23 through 36, and it goes up to 1000. It says important. This case has no interviews nor intervention sections. I wonder if that meant it's supposed to mean, okay. I was going to think maybe it's supposed to say interviews or, why do I keep wanting to say investigate sections? Intervention is when we get to the end and have to solve it. But let's take this at its word. It doesn't matter. In addition, other possibilities beside the investigation will be available to you during the game. If you run out of leads, leave the house and return to the street 14. This case includes a plan that you will need to annotate and modify. Have a pencil and eraser ready. You will have to keep track of the room numbers, addresses, which can change during play. You may even have to draw additional locations. If you visit a room by modifying its number, or if the number has been modified since your last visit, you must spend 1 lead to read its corresponding entry. So, fascinating. I mean, you really have to admire Gregory Pravat for just jumping in with both feet, experimenting with new ideas. Okay, so you are meant to write on this map. As you discover locations, you'll be given the number of that location, then we'll be able to read it. And then I guess this is like a magic house of a sorcerer, so it's going to be shifting around like the cube, where different rooms are going to change what you read. So as long as you reread the same number, you don't have to pay a lead, but if it changes, you will. We only have 10. We've been told by Gregory previously, quite a few times, not to mess around with his time limit system after the first 2 cases. So we will stick to the strict 10-minute rule, 10 lead rule, but presumably we'll get more time. Drunk Tiger asks, are we going to make a photocopy of the map to avoid marking it up? So this gets to a personality issue. In general, I would recommend you just treat these games as consumable and write all over them. I have no problem with that. I have no problem with writing on this either, except I haven't been doing it. I've been using other things, and I think one of the benefits of not writing on it is that we can print out extra copies, whatever. So I actually have printed out, now that I have a nice color laser, I've printed out a couple of scans for us to write on, a couple copies. I made one that was zoomed in a little bit, sorry. Here are actual copies of the page that we can write on, printed out, and then I made a couple more copies that are zoomed in a little bit if we don't need to write on the margins. And then I did the opposite. If we do have to create new locations, I printed out a copy that would give us room to write other stuff. And I've got some graph paper here if we need that as well. So yes, I am prepared. I like to be prepared. Okay, so we are not going to write on this map. Again, I do think there are two kinds of things in life. There are the things that you can buy again, and it only costs you a little bit of money to buy again. And then there are things that require blood, sweat, and tears to replace. So if you're dealing with a family heirloom, oil painting, or the kitchen floor that you tiled over the course of 2 weeks, then you might want to be careful about doing irreparable damage to them. But if it's a board game that you can rebuy, if for some reason you want to play it again or pass it on, then just write in it. Just write in it. If you could afford to buy it the first time, then you can afford to buy a second time. And like writing in the margins of books, writing in it helps preserve and lock in your memories of the experience, and it turns it into a record of your experience that you can look at and say, oh, I remember that. So my suggestion to you, if you're playing at home, write all over it. But having said that, I've got my printouts to write on. All right. Now, in case you missed, one of the things that it said is you don't have to walk through rooms to get somewhere. So, for example, if we found the address of the sitting room and we were in the pantry and just read the pantry, but we want to reread the sitting room, we can just go reread it. And in fact, these games don't really have the notion of where you are currently. So it's just a matter of reading a place. You're not actually there, so to speak. Anna Maria says, I'm excited. I'm kind of excited about this game as well. Okay, so actually, in the introduction, we got our first new number. It says, you must not dawdle. She may very well be dying. You hasten to the front door. It opens to a vestibule 001. So we're already told that the vestibule is 001. Though the game tells us we may need to be erasing and rewriting and stuff. So I've just written 001. You know, I've talked about these in my remedial school for narrative mystery gamers, that I use these friction gel pens, and they are erasable. So that's that. We should be able to erase this as we see fit. And we've got, let's just take out the two we're going to use for now. We'll use others if we need to. So here are our two rooms. So we've got a kid in here who's possibly dying, and we've got 10 minutes to save her. So let's write down, as we normally do, no newspaper in this game. We've got our intro. The intro told us we've got 10 leads. It told us 001 is the vestibule. And it told us, is it Alice Fournier? Yes, Alice Fournier is in danger, and we should try to save her. And lock up when we leave. He told us was important. Lock up when you leave. All right, so it's been only 20 minutes. Normally we would take a little break here. I suppose we should. We should stick to our traditions. But we'll take a 5-minute break. We'll come back. This is the time to off-ramp if you're going to play this yourself. Get your coffee, get your tea. I'll see you in 5 minutes, and we will walk in the front door. Okay, we're back and we're ready to get started. We've got our, let's see. So we got there's two places we could go to start out. Maybe we'll do it like this. There's two places we could go to start out, the vestibule or the street. The game seemed to suggest that go to the street if you get stuck. If you get stuck, if you break the system and don't know where else to go, you walk back out to the street and then start it back in again. It's like if you're in the cube and you mess up the cube too much, you just do a reset. So I guess it's the vestibule is the only place we start. So let's go to the vestibule and read 001. Right? There's nothing else to do. If you run out of leads, leave the house, return to the street. Okay, so the only thing for us to do is start out in the vestibule. All right, so let's see how this works. Let's see what we're in for. Is this gonna, once we look at this, are we gonna get some idea of how this game works? All right, let's turn to 1 and do our little tricks here. Let's see, this is what we want, right? Okay. As you walk into the vestibule, you feel as though someone outside your field of vision is watching you. You pivot to the left as you draw your weapon, but only meet with your distorted and barely noticeable reflection in a large, desilvered mirror. Next to it, a door left ajar leads into the sitting room. 3. Okay, so we're told this is 003. Next to it, to your right, a door opens into the kitchen, 004. Guess we're facing like this. To your right, a door opens into the kitchen, 004. Adjoins a staircase that connects to a landing, which is upstairs. So this is 005. That's the landing. Behind you, a closed door, which, according to your plan, leads to the study, 002. To your left, the door opening to the street just slammed shut. So we were facing this way. So to the left was the door to the street. Ahead was the sitting room, kitchen, study, landing. All right, so we've now got addresses for these rooms, and we just got locked in. But it says it slammed shut, but we could still walk out there. So we're in like a house of mirrors. We're in like a... All right, so that was our first lead we just went to. So we're going to write down 001 vestibule. And we were just told the adjacent rooms. All right, well, 1 lead out of 10 done. Now remember, we're trying to find little Alice Fournier. No reason to prefer one room over the other, really. We can't go to the shed because we don't know its number. So we can only go to our adjacent rooms. If we go to the study, there's nowhere else to go from there. For some reason that appeals to me. Or we could go straight upstairs for the bedrooms. Keep your hand on the left wall to get through the maze. I see. Go keep our hand on the left wall. This is a strategy, Jonathan thinks. All right, I'm okay. I don't really care. Let's go to the sitting room 3. I mean, there's no real reason to prefer one over the other. We don't know anything about Alice Fournier, right? Okay, so it's not like we know she's a cook. She's a little budding miniature chef. All right, so let us go. We're going to go to the sitting room 3. All right, here we go. Sitting room 3. Old sheets cover the 2 armchairs, the sofa, and the few insignificant furniture pieces that struggle to fill the room, which seems somehow smaller than it should be. Is the strong smell of mold going to your head, and whose spores cause some sort of mild hallucinogenic effect? Either way, you begin to feel as though the walls are swelling in an attempt to crush you. You press your handkerchief against your face, trying to filter out these impure miasmas. An opaque glass door opens into the dining room. Okay. 9009. And another door into the vestibule, back where we came. To the right of the latter, the only decoration of the room is rather odd. A painting depicting an old woman wearing an undersized white dress looking through the window into a log cabin. You realize that the window looks into a vestibule identical to that of the house, but in much better condition. So, let's see if we can understand what's happening here. So it gave us the number of the dining room, 9. But what else we saw here was what? This is the mold. Okay, there's mold. And then another door into the vestibule. That's this door into the vestibule. To the right of the latter, the only decoration of the room is rather odd, a painting. So it looks like they're saying there's a painting here. Painting. So we've got a paint. Who knows if keeping these notes is going to be useful to us, right? But there's a painting of an old woman, undersized white dress. We can always look at this, but looking through the window into a log cabin, you realize the window looks into a vestibule identical to that of the house, but in better condition. So it's a picture of a woman looking in a house that looks like our house. All right, so we went to the vestibule, we went to the sitting room. All right, shall we keep up with Jonathan's idea? We'll go into next the dining room. I like this idea. It seems like making our way to the shed would kind of be fun. All right, so next up is dining room. Number 9. The dining room table, with 3 of its worm-eaten legs already broken, seems to rest on the last one at a strange angle, as if refusing to entirely collapse, much like the slab of a tomb on the old continent. On the west wall, a large mirror, burnished by time, has not reflected any image for years, keeping within what it may have witnessed eons ago. Below it, on a tomb chest of drawers, an old bronze candlestick makes you realize the absence of trinkets in this room, which must have contained them. At the far end, a glass door opening into the backyard, 010, so backyard is 010, faces the one that leads to the sitting room. If you take the candlestick, update the plan, the dining room becomes 26. If you wish to use the candlestick in another room, Add 400 to its number before visiting it. Do not modify the floor plan. Oh boy, we need to wrap our head around this. So let's just okay, let's make some notes here. So we've gone into the dining room. Our main objective here should be getting more time, because poor Alice is about to die if we don't. Okay, so we went into the dining room. So we remember H.P. Lovecraft was one of the big themes was, you know, madness, the human mind not being able to comprehend everything. So I can see that this mission is sort of playing with our sanity here. Okay, but in 9 we find another mirror, chest of drawers. Okay, so we've got chest of drawers, and most importantly, a candlestick. Okay, now, below it on a chest of drawers, an old bronze candlestick makes you realize the absence of trinkets in the room. At the far end, so we're in the dining room, it says at the far end of the dining room, glass door opening to the backyard. Okay, here, faces the one, glass door opening into the backyard faces the one that leads to the sitting room. Oh, okay, so just opposite the door going into the sitting room. And now it gives us a choice. We can take the candlestick, or we can use by adding, if you wish to use the candlestick in another room, add 400 to its number before visiting it. So basically, it sounds like if we want to use the candlestick in the sitting room, we would look up 403. But we have to take it first. Obviously, we can't use it in the sitting room if we don't take it. So the question is, do we want to take it? The moment we take it, we change the dining room to 26, which presumably will just say there's no candlestick here, I guess. So there's already a debate in the channel about whether we should take it now. I'm trying to metagame and think about Gregory Pravat. The last couple times we've played this, Gregory's like, you guys did weird stuff. Like, you did not do the stuff that I expected that most of the playtesters did, and that's why you're getting these weird things. So normally I would be cautious and not take it. However, I'm trying to get in the mindset of Gregory Pravat. And I also think logically we need to have that candlestick and start using it. So I think we pick it up now. That will give us, picking it up may give us some sense of what it does to a room. So I say we pick it up. So we're going to take it. And now the dining room becomes 26. And now, okay. So now, you might assume that we would get to freely read 26. I mean, not you might assume. We don't get to freely read it. Obviously, we have to pay a lead to read it. But it feels to me like we should get it for free. But we don't. So we've now turned the dining room into 26, which is where we are. But so it's not underlined because we haven't been to it. So the question is, do we read it? And I think we we kind of need to read it to know. I'm afraid it's just going to be like, here's the room, there's no candlestick. This is about that thing again that we're doing things that Gregory says that it's weird that we're not doing. So the question is, do we want to read 26 now, or is it just going to say, here's the room? The dining room becomes 26, or is it just going to say, here's a description of the room, there's no candlestick here? And we would waste a clue by reading it. Or have we now used it in that room? We might as well read it to know how much the entry changed. All right, let's look at it. I'm inclined to do like to start messing with not counting it against us. We're not actually using it. I really feel like it's just going to be the description of the room without the candlestick. It's good. It hurts when we use up our clues. All right, if it's got a new entry, let's read it. All right, so we're going to now read 026 dining room without candlestick. Let's see what it says, and then we can decide. we can decide whether we want to actually count it against us or not. Okay, here we go. The dining room table this is the same entry basically. The dining room table with 3 of its worm-eaten legs already broken seems to rest on the last one at a strange angle, as if refusing to entirely collapse, much like the slab of a tomb on the old continent. On the west wall, a large mirror, burnished by time, has not reflected any image for years, keeping within what it may have witnessed eons ago. Below it, on a tomb chest of drawers, an empty tray makes you realize the absence of trinkets in this room, which must have contained them. At the far end of the glass door opening into the house backyard faces the one that leads into the sitting room. So it was nothing. There's nothing there now. It just changed to reflect that we had taken the candlestick. So I think maybe we don't count that against us. That's almost like that should be a free read. In fact, I think it should have said you can read it now. So I'm not going to count that against us. Do as if it wasn't there. Do as if I wasn't there. Trying to do what Gregory Pravat would have expected you to do in the past when he wasn't knowing you is already weird, by the way. Okay. Gregory Pravat, the author of this game, has come in the chat and he's saying, stop trying to metagame it. Gregory says it's not free. Gregory! All right. It's not free, so we have to count that against us because we read that. All right. Oh, that hurt. It hurt to waste the time, but Gregory says we have to count it. We have to count it against ourselves. All right. So now we have the backyard. If we want to go straight into the backyard, you can go anywhere as long as you know the number. So we could even read the study now if we want. But I think we should head for that shed. Sorry, I'm curious to head for that shed. So let's go to the backyard, number 10. And remember, we can use the candlestick in a place, but using the candlestick, I assume that means lighting it because it's dark. So until we have some evidence that does something magic, let's not try to light it until it gets dark. Gregory he punishes you for reading something even if it has no information in it. So we just got punished for looking in the dining room. We should have known better, but we did it. All right, so we're going to the backyard now where we won't need the candlestick. Backyard is 10. It's not free, says Gregory. Okay, here we go, number 10. really requires a lot of hiding of things. All right, number 10. A wave of terror overwhelms you when you discover the backyard overgrown with brambles. Although you entered the old house this morning, barely a few minutes ago, it is now dark. Yet a multitude of cold stars in the sky light up the premises with their pale glow. You can see a shed, number 12, in the far end of the backyard, facing the glass door which opens into the dining room. Okay, so here we go. We see the shed facing the dining room, and that's it. Okay, so now we've been to the backyard. Nothing important there, except that it looks like time is passing. Weird things are happening with time, and we've got the number for the shed. All right, so we go right into the shed. We're almost out of time. One of the reasons Gregory told... All right, we're not supposed to anticipate Gregory, but one of the reasons Gregory was telling us you can't do tricks with time, maybe that we're supposed to run out of time and then read something weird, but there's no intervention section. How do we... I guess we still turn to the end or something. We'll find out. We'll find out. Don't tell us the answer, Gregory. All right, we're going into the shed now. Here we go. Straight into the shed where I'm hoping to find some dark place to use the candlestick. In fact, I'd like to aim right for the dark places. All right, so we're going into the shed number 12. Here we go. The old shed is filled with a tangle of stakes, and its floor is littered with mostly broken pots. Amidst this mess, you find an axe and an old rake. If you take the axe, update the plans, the shed becomes 30. If you wish to use this axe in another room, add 100 to its number before visiting it, and then do not modify the plan. So let's see. With the candlestick, I should write, with the candlesticks, we says add 400 to room. Okay, and in the shed, which is 12, we find an axe and an old rake. So does it continue up here? No. Okay, so the rake is useless to us, but at least we can't pick it up. So we can take the axe. We can take the axe and then shed becomes 030. Presumably just a description of the shed with no axe in it. Or we can use axe in a room by adding 100. Okay. We've got a candlestick to turn on the light, an axe to chop down something. Do we want to light the candles outside in the dark backyard? It felt like the starlight was lighting the backyard. I don't think a candle is going to help us that much in backyard. If we find another place, pick up the axe. Yes, we're going to pick up the axe for sure. I don't know why we wouldn't. So now the shed becomes 30. And we're not allowed to go back to 12. That's important. So the shed is now 30, which we haven't been to, but we kind of have. I'm going to put a little star saying we don't see a good reason to go back to these locations. Oh, this one we did go back to. Okay, the shed, we've got the axe. All right, so maybe we should keep track of things. We've got a candlestick. Are we going to get punished for carrying all these things? And we have an axe. Candlestick is plus 400. Axe is plus 100. We're going to find some monsters to use this on or chase down stuff. All right. We've been in the backyard. We've been in the shed. We've been in the dining room, the sitting room, and the vestibule. We haven't been in the kitchen. We haven't been in the study. And don't forget, we haven't been upstairs in the landing. And we're running out of time to save. Here's an idea for you. Jonathan, before we go into the kitchen, here's an idea. If we're trying to find this little girl, perhaps, and we have limited time, it would make sense to go to rooms that we can see into. Like we can see she's not in this room. So like the vestibule, right? The vestibule opened up into the sitting room. The dining room opened up into the backyard. We could see through these rooms. So I wonder if we shouldn't go to the landing where possibly we can see into 3 bedrooms right away. Just from the landing. I mean, the doors, they may be closed, they may be open, I don't know. But I think we almost could have seen into the kitchen, although pantry looks like it could be dark and need candlesticks. But I think we should go straight up to the landing and find Alice before she's killed. Although the pantry is a place I'd like to go. The other thing you could think of is, should we be collecting more items? Kitchen would have items in it, so would pantry. How many places have we been to so far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've been to 6. We only have 4 more. Kitchen, pantry. All right, let's go to the kitchen. Let's stick with our left. I don't know if it's smart. So we're going to the kitchen next, and hopefully we'll get a knife or something. So we're going to 4. Yeah, kitchen knife would be nice to defend ourselves against something, although will a knife really help us against the supernatural thing? All right, 4. Here we go. What was once likely a kitchen is now a dilapidated room shrouded in darkness, enlivened by inexplicable rustling. To your right, coming from the vestibule, a door opens into the pantry, 13. Okay, so we now know the location of the pantry. Partially hidden underneath some rubble, you discover a trap door secured with a large padlock. Okay, so the kitchen, it says darkness, but we can see partially hidden underneath some rubble is a trap door with padlock. Well, we have an axe. We could smash it open. Or we could look for a key before we smash it open. I'm going to make a note here. Kitchen. I'm going to put trapdoor. maybe we'd annotate this with things. There was an axe here. There was a candlestick here. Or, yeah, candlestick here. Well, we don't need to do it now. We can smash it open at any time. As long as we don't run out of time. But maybe we go to the pantry first. Do you think that axe will smash it open? Or will we need a key? I think the same logic of going to get items tells me we should go to the pantry first and then maybe come back and try to use the axe on the padlock. And then we've got the candle to light the way. What if she's just upstairs waiting for us? And here we are going down into the trapdoor cellar when we should be just grabbing her hand from upstairs. All right, but we're going to go to the pantry, 13. All right, here we go, pantry. The shelves that line the pantry walls have long since collapsed, taking with them many jars, few of which did not shatter upon hitting the floor. Their contents became unidentifiable long ago. Reading old labels, you gag and trust it is better this way. You are about to step outside. Your gaze is drawn to a small metal box in the corner of the room. Its curved lid leads you to believe that someone tried to pry it open with an axe or a hammer to no avail. The lock is intact. Okay, so here we have a metal box we can't take. Metal box with a little bit of a clue saying axe or hammer probably won't work. I wonder if that's the clue that the other padlock is not going to open with an axe. So the metal box is locked. I don't know what is that a logical thing? Like if this thing, if it's got a, it's locked. It doesn't say it's padlocked though. Like, can you break open a padlock with an axe? It depends on the padlock. So let's make a note for ourselves. This is locked. I'll just put box. Let's not get too fancy here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We've done 8 of 10. Maybe we should be keeping track. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, we're almost out of time. We got 2 more. What's it gonna be? We can finish our tour of the ground floor and then we'd have 1 more to go. Don't forget, in the demo case, we did go downstairs, and that's where we met our death, though. Jonathan says, rule clarification, do we go to 14 when we run out of codes? That's a good question. Let's read what it says. It says, if you run out of leads, leave the house and return to the street. Ah, okay. So Gregory is saying that I misunderstood this, and I think Gregory is right. So It's not when you run out of places to investigate, go to 14. That's how I read it. It's when you run out of your 10 allotted leads, go to 14. So we're going to do 10, and then we're going to go outside and take a breath of fresh air and read what it says. Okay, good, Jonathan, you were right. So I read that initially as saying, if we break the house, if the cube gets into a configuration, then we can leave and restart. But no, if you run out of leads before you find the child, return to the street. Okay. So if we run out of time, we return to the street. All right, so now, where shall we go? Let me think about this for a second. I'm trying to think whether I want to use the axe to break open that thing or go to the study. I think this girl's life depends on it, and we were in the vestibule where we presumably might have been able to see that she was in the study. So I think thematically, we got to try to break out that lock. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to go to the axe on the kitchen. So I'm going to do plus 100 plus the kitchen, which is going to be 104. Kitchen plus axe. It'll give us a flavor for, we'll at least get one try at using one of these objects on something. I should say that I talked about in the channel that, I talked about on a previous live stream that sometimes when I watch these YouTube live streams and the person is talking constantly back and forth with the chat and asking questions, because of the delay on these YouTube streams, which can be up to like 10 seconds, it can get a little annoying asking a question, then waiting 10 seconds to get a reply, whatever. So my general approach to these things is going to be that you should shout out when there's stuff you really want me to do, and we'll sort of do it asynchronously. I'll just proceed with the game as I would, and then you guys can tell me when you think I should do something else. Anna Maria says, go to the study and pick up something else. It's too late. I've already committed. I'm going to try to break open this lock and go downstairs. It could be a terrible mistake to go downstairs without we've got items. I immediately now, having said it, see the logic of collecting items before we go downstairs. But it's too late. I've already said to break the lock. I don't have to go downstairs yet, but I'm breaking that. I'm going to try to break the lock. 104. So here we go. Let's see what 104 is. All right. I can see already it was not what I hoped. The head of the old axe projects cold sparks as you try in vain to break the trapdoor padlock. So the metal box maybe should have been read as a clue that the sorcerer's house locks do not yield to things like axes. So it didn't work. So I wasted a time trying to break open that axe. Break open the lock. All right, so now we're back. You guys want me to go to the study, but I'm going to buck that as well because I want to take our last shot at saving the little girl. So I'm going to go upstairs on the landing where maybe I can see into the bedrooms because she's clearly not in the study. So I'm going up to 05, which is clue 10. Just 10 minutes, though. It's only been 10 minutes. So here we go up to 5. Let's see what we see. It says, the landing, whose floor does not inspire confidence, leads up to 3 bedrooms, 6 facing the stairs. Okay, let's do this. So we went upstairs. So we've got bedroom number 6, which faces the stairs. 7 up to the left, and 8 up to the right. Okay, well, it just gave us the numbers. Jonathan says the study door was closed. Well, maybe so, but I made up my choice, and that's our 10 leads. So now we go to follow the instructions. When you run out of leads, you return to the street. So here we go to number 14. Let's read what it says. Okay, it says, proceed immediately to the briefing section of booklet A. So, Drunk Tiger says, I think we labeled the rooms backwards. Well, let's fix that first then, if that's the case. And then we're going to get booklet A. So 5 says, the landing, whose floor does not inspire confidence, leads to 3 bedrooms. Number 6... Number 6 facing the stairs. And then 7 to the up and to the left, and 8 up and to the right. So you're saying if we're facing this way, this would be the one. It obviously is symmetric, so it doesn't really matter whether this is the left and the right, as long as 6 works right facing the stairs, which I believe is this. But so you think this is 8 and this is 7. I don't think it makes a bit of a difference as long as we, well, I suppose it's not quite true, because one of them is above the pantry and one of them is above the dining room. So, all right, let's do it this way. We come up here, to our left would be 7, and to our right would be 8. Drunk Tiger says exactly what I said there. It might matter if one has to be above a room on the first floor. Okay, so yes, that's a good observation. All right, we'll do it this way. We'll worry about it later. I'll, in fact, write adjacent, that the landing told us about adjacent rooms. And I'll just put not sure 007 008 order. Okay. So then we ran out of time, and 14 says on the street says book A. So remember, there's a book A and a book B. It's not clear if some other path could have had us reading book A, but here's book A. They both are very thin, book A and book B. So here's booklet A, which it's now told us to read a briefing. Do not read until you're prompted to do so, which we've just been prompted. Okay, let's see what we're going to read. I guess this is the plot has thickened. Let's see what we've got. There is the picture of the candlestick on dresser in an envelope. Let's read what it says. May 21st. What was our original briefing? Our original briefing was May 20th. It's only been 10 minutes, and now we're on the next day. You remember Hoover's words as you pop the collar of your coat. Agent Mason, I ask that you proceed immediately to 14 Southwest in Arkham. The local police contacted us regarding a missing child, young Alice Fournier, who was reportedly last seen at this address. Slipping into this house, Agent Dexter, Dexter's gone. We were Dexter. Now this is for Agent Mason. Agent Dexter and his team are already there, but we haven't heard from them. I want you to get over there, find Dexter and his team, and get that child back as soon as possible. Here are the spare keys to the house. Do you have any questions? It's a new detective being brought in. No one went into the old house except Dexter and possibly the young child, Alice Fournier. Various rumors and superstitions keep the locals away from this building, more commonly known as the House of the Sorcerer. More importantly, it's federal property and the local police are not allowed to enter it. According to our records, our government confiscated the house and its land in 1780. Since then, it has the status of presidential residence, although no president has ever set foot in it. Yes, we have a plan of the premises. Here it is. As you can see, it won't be of much use. The house isn't that large, but careful though. The entire team has gone missing. I'm afraid we've come across something more serious than yet another missing child. You are to call and provide me a report every 10 minutes. Trying to focus now on the present, you understand why no president has ever set foot in this hideous dump that seems about to collapse. The wooden facade, which must have been white centuries ago, is now blackened and warped, fallen victim to its age and bad weather, all of which gives the impression that the building is emitting some sort of howl, not quite a breath, but rather a death rattle it has been releasing since the dawn of time. You pull yourself together and dismiss this ridiculous idea, undoubtedly caused by the fatigue of the journey. You glance at Dexter's Ford Model T, next to which you parked your own vehicle. You walk briskly to the door left ajar, but not before pulling out your .38 Special. No one goes after the Bureau of Investigation and gets away with it. The door opens into the vestibule 001. Some entries provide one or more room numbers. If the named room has a number, label it with the provided number. If the named room already has a number, simply disregard the newly provided number. However, if an entry indicates the room becomes a new number, you must modify the number of the named room as indicated. The collected items in the other booklet are unavailable to you. If you're in a hurry, you can go back and forth between rooms that have already been numbered without visiting the rooms that separate them, but do you really want to do that? Oh my gosh. Okay, let's make sure we understand this. So we don't have the items we had before. That is Dexter. We're not Dexter anymore. We're Mason, and we have a gun. And now we're starting back over with the map. So these records we kept are, I believe, now not in play, but let's read this again. Some entries provide one or more room numbers. If the named room has no number, label it with the provided number. If it already has a number, disregard the newly provided number. Right, so you wouldn't undo something you've done, basically, is what it's saying. If you modify a room and you come across a thing that says the living room is 3, you don't put it back. But if anything ever tells you it becomes a new number, you do change it. But now the question is whether we keep this already annotated sheet, because it didn't tell us to erase our annotations. People playing would normally have just one set of paper. And presumably if Dexter changed a room, has it now been changed? Has he taken the axe and taken the candlesticks so they're not there for us to take anymore? I wouldn't mind if Gregory could confirm this for us, but Jonathan agrees with that reading, that we're going to keep all of our numbers here, meaning we cannot go pick up the candlestick and we cannot go pick up the axe because Dexter has them. It makes sense. Of course, we don't know if other things have changed. Without visiting that room, this is a totally new book. Don't forget, this book here, with its leads, is not in use now. All right. So what the only thing I'm pointing out is, even though these numbers are the same, we don't know if the entries in this book for the sitting room, dining room, whatever, have changed. All right, but we are going to keep our annotations, which you can see here. We're going to find Dexter's body somewhere. But we're going to keep our entries. But just remember, we don't have an axe or a candlestick. Oh, Jonathan says it should be free to visit that room. We should just check. That's a great point. We can visit rooms we've already visited for free. So presumably every number we have here we can visit for free. Okay, that sounds right. So even in the new book, we can visit them free. All right, let's go to the vestibule for free and see if it's changed. As you enter the vestibule, you're surprised to find the house so clean and in such good condition. Although no president has ever come here, the house is clearly ready for anyone willing to take a chance. The decoration is simple and far from the splendor of some homes you have seen in magazines. Contrary to what the plan shows, there's no trace of a staircase leading upstairs or a door leading into a study. To your left, a door ajar leads to the sitting room. In front of you, a door provides access to the kitchen. Behind you, the door opens to the street. So there are new paragraphs, so they're not free. Okay, they're new paragraphs, so they're not free. Should we be using our current annotations, though? You can go back and forth between the rooms you numbered without visiting those that separate them. Now let's read this. Some entries provide one or more room numbers. The question, while Gregory's here, he can help us. Let's just get this straight. So the new number 1, which cost us to read, says there's no staircase up. So should we be thinking about and not reusing this existing map? Because on our existing map, we can go to the landing because we've got it numbered as 5. And we've got the dining room numbered as 26. So now that we're in booklet A, should we be thinking about erasing all of these numbers? Are we not supposed to know what any numbers are? It's helpful to have Gregory here. We might as well take advantage of this. So the first answer from Gregory is very clear. We're in a new booklet with new paragraphs. We have to pay for each one we read. My next question, however, is whether we should start with a clean slate map keep the numbers, do what you want as if I wasn't here. Okay, interesting. So we've got a dilemma. Let's talk about it for a second. All right, Gregory, I'm totally willing to play it as if Gregory wasn't here. So let's talk about this dilemma we have. We basically agreed, the chat, Jonathan and Maria, were saying we keep our current annotations. And that makes some sense because the game has provided one set of pages to write on. If we had written all of this on those one set of pages, it does say to use pencil so you can erase it, but the game didn't tell us to erase anything. So here's what we have currently. Dining room got changed because we pick up a candlestick, so that went from whatever it was to 26. The shed changed because we picked up an axe. So when we started playing this, we thought, okay, that makes a lot of sense. If we try to go to the dining room now and we read this, it might be the same as the last booklet or different, but the candlestick's going to be gone because Dexter took it. The only thing that's caused a little wrinkle in that is that when we went into this new vestibule, I'm going to erase these underlines because we haven't been to these places. When we went into the new vestibule, what it said was fascinating. It said, the whole house is clean now, as if some magical stuff has happened. But it says, contrary to what the plan shows, there's no trace of a staircase to go upstairs, or a door going into the study. So this isn't there anymore. And this isn't there anymore. There is a sitting room. And it doesn't give us a number, so we're going to leave it as 3. And to the kitchen, no number, so we leave it as 4. So now the only dilemma, though, is that we've got a number for the study, and we've got a number for the landing. What happens if we try to go there? And Jonathan says, Drunk Tiger says, Gregory's looking at us through the window. That is spooky. John says we could try to peek at 5 to see if there's anything there. Okay, so I just quickly peeked. There is an entry for 5, but I can't tell if it's real or not. So let's role play it. If there's no staircase, we can't very well go to the landing. Just because in our mind we think we can go to the landing. We are a new person. We can't go to the we can't go to a staircase that we don't see. And the game has given us a little hint here. It says you can go to rooms without visiting the rooms that separate them, but do you really want to do that? So I think we kind of role play this a little bit as if we're the new person. We've gone in 1, so now we've got to take a little, this is quite cool. All right, so we're gonna fold this little page over to represent that now we're Mason, going forward with our 10 minutes. It didn't say we have to, it just says reported in 10 minutes. So our first lead, we went to 001, which was the vestibule. And it just said no stairs, no study. No door to the study, at least. Okay. And we're ready to resume, and I think the study was the one place we didn't go last time. That hurts that we didn't get into the study. But I'm sort of curious to see what the kitchen and pantry look like. But we're in the vestibule, so maybe, and it might be nice to look at those paintings to see if they've changed. We can't go upstairs. There's no stairs, Jonathan. We have to be logical. If there's no stairs, we can't go upstairs. I think the house is clean now. Here's a theory for you. The house is clean. Have we gone back in time before things happened? are the candlesticks still going to be there because we're now before, or are we after and things have been cleaned up? I think like seeing whether that candlestick is there might actually be quite interesting. It might tell us whether we're back in time or in the future. But I'll tell you what we'll do before we go into this house, which is a very interesting, creepy, bizarre. Let's take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes and we'll decide where to go. This would be a good time to think in the comments where you would like to go. I think I want to go back and look if that candlestick is there or not. But I'll see you in 8 minutes and we'll continue. Okay, we're back. We are Mason now. We got called in to follow up on Dexter. It's been a day later. We see his cars out there. We went into the vestibule, the same vestibule that Dexter went into. We're using a new book now, and the place looks cleaned up and new, but there's no stairs going up, and there's no study. And I'm wondering now if this is a new house. I mean, if the house has been fixed up, or if we've gone back in time, maybe before they built the upstairs and the study. So I'm very curious if we're back in time or not. I'm just curious if it restated to go back to 14 in the A book. I don't think there's, I think we're, we're in this new book. So I think we're gonna, yeah, 14 in the A book. I think we're stuck in, we're never going back to that first book, I believe. All right, so that might be a good reason to just go to new rooms. But if we're role-playing it, we can't go upstairs, so we're just down here on the ground floor until we see stairs. So I suggest maybe we go to the kitchen. Trying to think about it. Let's try to think about it. there's the pantry has broken jars that are all dilapidated and old, right? So if we're back in time, they'll be all new, or maybe they're fixed up. Let's go to the kitchen, and then maybe we'll decide where to go from there, maybe into the pantry. I'm going to go to the kitchen. So the kitchen has been unchanged. 0, 0. Ugh, but then what about the dining room to get the candlestick? The chat was supposed to think during the break about ideas. All right, it's too late. I'm going into the kitchen to see if that trap door is there. I'm second guessing myself now whether we should go to the dining room. All right, let's try the kitchen. Where the trapdoor was. Room 4. The kitchen is clean and nicely laid out. On the floor under a table, there's a trapdoor which probably leads to the cellar, number 5. There is no cellar on our map. So now we have a new location. I'm starting to think this is back in time. Trapdoor, which probably goes to the cellar. And I see, I got another interesting idea that, so here's another thought. Everyone who taps out is going to go hang out with Gregory looking through that window in the sitting room. Okay, so something just occurred to me. Assuming we are back in time, 2 possibilities, right? The house is all cleaned up now. We're either back in time or we are in the future and the house has been cleaned up. It makes more sense to me that we're back in time. Now, I just recalled something that the room where it was either the sitting room or the dining, it was either the room where there was the candlestick or not. It was very specific about telling us that there should be lots of trinkets and stuff in this room. And it was odd that there weren't. And I didn't write that down, but it seems to me like we should go back in that room and get those trinkets that may now be there. So the question is, was that in the dining room with the candlestick, or was that in the sitting room? I believe it was the dining room with the candlestick. In fact, just one more thing. It does seem interesting that on the page of this opening page of this booklet is a picture of that candlestick. So I think we're back in time, and I think that candlestick and trinkets are going to be there. So someone remind me, was it the sitting room where it was saying they were missing trinkets? I think it was the dining room. So kitchen is clue 2. I think we should go to the dining room now. And then I think we'll want to go to the cellar. But okay, so we're going to go to the dining room now, which oddly enough, we took the candlestick. So it's going to be interesting to see what that entry is. So I'm going to read 26. This is clue 3. I'm going to read 26. The dining room that... Okay, let's see. Don't look at that. A large table and a half dozen upholstered chairs take up most of the room. On the west wall, an imposing mirror gives the impression that the room is even larger. Below it, on a tomb of chest of drawers, you distinguish many trinkets. They're the trinkets that were missing when we were in there. At the back of the room, a glass door opens into a magnificent backyard. So there's no candlestick. And there's lots of trinkets. Doesn't look like there's a... Doesn't say there's a room, there's a doorway into the... Doesn't say there's a doorway into the sitting room, which is a little odd. I don't know how we got there if we didn't come through the sitting room. Unfortunately, no candlestick. Jonathan says, might want to keep track of rooms with mirrors. That's a hunch. That's a very... I like your thinking, Jonathan. I like your thinking a lot. West wall mirror. I'm going to start keeping track of this stuff in these rooms. And we've got trinkets. But no... I'm very curious if there would be a candlestick if we went to the original number of the dining room. But we don't have access to that, so we can't do that. Well, that feels like a wasted lead. There's nothing interesting there, but we did find mirrors. Okay. Well, if we're not going to get a candlestick to light the thing, maybe we should just go down to the cellar right now, then. One thing that's odd is that when we went into the kitchen this time, it didn't tell us anything about the pantry, but it's very odd from a... We probably shouldn't be trying to anticipate some things, but I'll just point out something. We went to the kitchen in this booklet A, in the second pass-through, and it didn't say anything about a pantry from this kitchen. So if we had not discovered the pantry on our previous playthrough, we would now not know the number of the pantry. We wouldn't be able to get in there. So it's not clear to me whether there even is a pantry in this world that we're in. I'm going to go into the pantry. I want to see if it exists. So we've been to the kitchen in this book A. It's not meant, we're in the kitchen. It doesn't mention a pantry, just the cellar. Maybe you would write the cellar number in the pantry place. I don't think so. No, that's the trap door going into the cellar. All right, so before we go into the cellar, I'm going to try going in the pantry. This might be like going up the stairs. It doesn't exist. I just feel a little bit better about it this time. So let's see what happens if you try to go into the pantry. Okay, there's no entry for pantry. Okay, there's no entry for pantry in this book, so I'm going to put an X here. Okay, that's somewhat comforting. It didn't mention a pantry. We can't go to the pantry. From the old vestibule, let's reread the vestibule. To your left, there is still a sitting room. Okay, so there is still a sitting room, even though it's not mentioned from the dining room. Maybe it's not connected to the dining room. All right, let's go to the cellar. 5 is cellar. I feel like this game is making us lose our sanity in a good way. All right, here we go. 5 cellar. There is a strange vibration in the air as you begin to go down the cellar steps, which lead upstairs to the landing. You feel somewhat disoriented. You turn around. The steps go up to the kitchen, which is indeed on the lower level. You rub your face and decide to focus on the landing. The ladder leads to 3 bedrooms, 6 facing the stairs, 7 to the left and 8 to the right. Okay, so we went down into the cellar and we ended up on the landing. And now we've got access. Oh, there's 5 was the landing. Very interesting. So the cellar was downstairs, now it's upstairs, and it took us to the landing. So Jonathan says, should we only go into rooms we can see from other rooms? Now I think we should not have gone into the dining room until we found a way to it. I think you might be right. If we couldn't see it, maybe we shouldn't have gone to it. It's true. It does say here, it's interesting, it says you can visit rooms without going to rooms that separate them, but do you really want to do that? So possibly we shouldn't have gone into the dining room. Very possibly. That's okay. Nothing bad happened to us. So for our 4th clue, we went to the cellar, which is the same as the landing, essentially. All right, I think it's time then to check out those upstairs rooms. All right, do we have a preference here? Let's go to this small bedroom opposite, 06. We'll call this bedroom south. All right. As you open the door to the bedroom, you get the fleeting impression of hearing a little girl moaning. But on the small bed, you only find a sad-looking porcelain doll that watches you in silence. Okay, so I wonder if we would have found her here if we had gone straight up to here. So we hear sad moaning. Porcelain doll. So maybe it could be she's savable at each, in each booklet. Like we have the 10 minutes we could save her if we found the right room. All right, well that was 6. I guess we should proceed in order. Let's go to 7. Bedroom 7. Okay, bedroom 7 says, a heavy canopy frames the large bed that fills the center of the room. We think 7 is bedroom east. Okay. Under the window, which lets the light pass through a delicate white veil, a dressing table sports a mirror adorned with a few jewels. This is Jonathan's theory of mirrors being so important. It sure seems like it. This is mirror with jewels. We might want to write down what was specific about the mirror in the dining room. On its tray is a small metal box. Hey, look, it's the metal box. whose curved lid leads you to believe that someone tried to open it with an axe or a hammer. Unsuccessfully, though, the lock is intact. So we've still got a metal box that's locked. Gotta find that key. Okay. I wanted to look at, even though we're not sure we should have been able to, I mean, surely we should have been able to because it says us. Imposing mirror was the only, in the dining room was no other description of the mirror other than it's imposing. Okay, let's go to our last bedroom on the upper floor, which is clue 7 of 10. Bedroom. Okay, number 8. You swiftly inspect this insignificant room. When you open the closet facing the door, you quiver at the sight of a long, dark, brick-walled passage. Number 16. You turn back to the bedroom and its window overlooking the street, then back to the passage whose very existence is impossible. Okay, so when you open the closet facing the door, so we don't see the closet facing the door, so I guess it's like here. Looks like a window. Or maybe here. Either way, you open the closet facing the door, I guess this one here. This is a closet instead of a window. It looks like windows, but whatever, maybe it's over here. You quiver the sight of a long, dark, brick-walled passage. So this is passage 16. All right. Or if you were using our other map. Oh, that doesn't work. Okay, so we now have a new location, 16. So let's write this down. It says brick passage. If we're understanding where this room is, west to 016. All right, well, it seems logical we should go through that passage. It'll be interesting if we end up in a dining room or something. Okay, so we're almost out of our 10 clues, but let's go to 16 bedroom passage. You walk through the darkness of the hallway, which your lamp cannot dissipate, until you finally get a glimpse of a glow on your left and step up the pace. You soon discover in the left wall a metal door with a small aperture. Through it, you can see a little girl in a white dress from behind, standing in front of a window that opens into a vestibule similar to that of the sorcerer's house, but terribly dilapidated. In the vestibule, you think it's Agent Dexter and his men that are passing by again and again. You try calling the child pounding on the door and even try to force it in vain. Weary and desperate, you decide to see where the hallway leads. After a few minutes, you reach some sort of archway that opens onto a spiral staircase 44 that sinks into the depths of the earth. Oh my gosh. All right, so let's I guess we've got to map this out somehow. We're in a hallway. We're in a passageway, right? This is passage 16. that we got out from the bedroom. So we went passage 16 from the bedroom. We went this way. Okay, and what it said was, you discover in the left wall a metal door. Metal door. Let's do it this way. There's a metal door and with a small aperture. Through it, I wonder if we're seeing through a mirror now, we see the little girl and Agent Dexter. So it's like they found her, but they're stuck in this world. From behind. Through it, you see a little girl in a white dress from behind. In front of a window. So this is telling us where this little girl is, right? So she's in front of a window. So here she is here, facing this way. She's in front of a window that opens into a vestibule, similar to the Sorcerer's house. Okay, so what the room she's in is in front of a window facing the vestibule. Whether that's going to be relevant for us, I don't know, but we're going to continue down this hallway now. But this is in Dexter's house. So in Dexter's house, there's the vestibule. No, it's in front of a window facing the vestibule. A window facing the vestibule. There's no window that faces vestibule. Little girl, white dress, from behind, standing in front of a window that opens into a vestibule. Not sure if it's Dexter's house, how that works. But okay. So it says we have a spiral staircase. And that's 044. So let's continue down our. You can see girl and Dexter. See diagram. And this is 016 info. Okay, so now we're going to 44. Spiral staircase. This is lead number 9 of 10. Jonathan says, is it really a mirror? I think there was a mirror in the vestibule in Dexter's version of the house. Is she trapped in the looking glass? She trapped in the mirror. That would make sense. We see her from behind and a window that opens to the vestibule. So I wonder, is it the picture? Is that what we're seeing? So if Jonathan's theory is right, like it's a window that opens to the vestibule. Is it, we made a mark on our other diagram. Where is it? Okay, so there was a painting here, right? Of a woman looking into the vestibule. I think I wonder if that's where we're seeing her trapped. We're looking from behind, and then we can see the vestibule. I think this, I wish we had taken better notes. I believe this painting we saw did mention that we were seeing the vestibule. A mirror in the vestibule, or this, yeah, this may have been where the mirror is, and the painting. I'm wondering if it's like that. Like we saw a painting from the sitting room, and maybe a mirror in the vestibule. I don't remember if we saw, I don't remember that mirror. Clearly we should have taken better notes about mirrors. But I wonder if it's here that we're seeing her trapped. It makes me think we should go to this sitting room soon and look at this. I almost want to do that now rather than going to the spiral staircase, but I think we should go to the spiral staircase first. This is our 9 out of 10th clue, but yeah, I like this idea. All right, so 44, spiral staircase. After descending the stairs, you straighten up, entering a new tunnel. You soon adjust your jacket, pull on your shirt sleeves, raise your head, and puff out your chest as you fix your tie, knowing full well the solemnity such a place demands. It is with a grave face that you enter the huge circular room. From the balcony through which you arrived, you first see only the black stone lectern placed in the center, which supports an ancient prehistoric grimoire, lasciviously open in its middle, offering your eyes a crude and inhuman text. It may be an eternity, provided that time subsists here. Before your eyes get used to the dim light, hundreds of balconies like yours overlook the room. You stiffen as you catch sight of 2 of them from the dark. Strangely familiar, probably humanoid shapes seem to be watching you. If you try reading the book here, add 21 to the number of this room. Do not modify the plan. Oh my God, we're in a super creepy room. And with a grimoire, which is some book. We're in some like chapel here, a dark chapel of horrible things with hundreds of balconies. I mean, that is pretty creepy. So it says we can read book, add 21 to number of room, which is an odd thing to say because it knows what number of this room is because it's told us. So why isn't it just saying go to 50, go to 65? Is it because we could change this room first and then add 21 to it? So no, nothing good can come from us reading this book. Absolutely nothing good can happen. I love this. This is for me, this is the part of this box of games that is so that is appealing. These very sort of creepy H.P. Lovecraft style maddening cult world where we're looking into hundreds of balconies like ours coming into this room. Probably humanoid shapes are watching us. Okay, so I don't want to read this book. I don't want to read this book. What is the actual definition of a grimoire? Grimoire. I know it's a book of like, is it necessarily, like what's its other connotations? I know it's used in sort of like a mystical thing. Is it like a book of magic, of spells, of religious I don't want to look at it. In fact, I want to go to the sitting room and take a look at that portrait where maybe the girl is looking from. Or is she trapped here in this room? Sorry. Or is she trapped in this room that doesn't exist yet? The study's the one room. Oh boy, I wish we had gone to that study. Is it the study that was opening into the vestibule? We can't get there though. I'm not going to read this book. I'm going to go into the sitting room. 3. So as our last clue, I think we're going to be hopping back and forth between these books. I think we're going to get a chance to visit these books again. I think. But in the meantime, if I read 1 again, it says to your left is the sitting room. Yeah. So I'm gonna 003 sitting room. Does someone want me to read that grimoire? This is clue 10. This is our last clue before we have to report in about how insane we've gotten. So let's look at 3. I want to get a feel for whether this is where this girl is trapped in this portrait somehow. Okay, let's see what this says. And I wish we had kept better notes of this sitting room on our first playthrough. A sofa, 2 beautiful leather armchairs, and a few other furniture pieces bring some coziness to this room, although it looks smaller than it should be. Is it the pleasant smell of leather and wax or the cleanliness of the floor? Still, you hesitate for a moment before entering, unwilling to be intrusive. You have finally stepped into the room when you notice on a pedestal table a strange knife with a barbed serpentine blade and engraved with Egyptian symbols, which stands out among the many trinkets decorating the room. A glass door opens into the dining room, 9. Now, 9 was its old number. The rules tell us explicitly don't change it, so we still had to stay with 26. And another one into the vestibule. If you take the knife, update the plan. The sitting room becomes 37. If you wish to use this knife in another room, add 600 to the thing. So here we have the serpentine Egyptian knife. We can take it, which would change the sitting room to 37. And we can use it, add 600. But if we take it and we have to leave, we're going to lose it again. So I don't want to take it. But if we're going back in time, then maybe it's important that each person in their time take it. Oh, these decisions are agonizing. Well, we've run out of clues, so now we have to go outside to the street. But we have to decide first whether we're going to take it or not. So we're in the sitting room. There's no discussion of this picture, so there's not that. Jonathan says, grimoire apparently is a French word for a book on magic rituals. Okay, so that's it. Magic rituals. All right, now we've got a tough choice. I think we picked up the things before, and then we lost them. I'm inclined to not pick up more, but it's very hard to know whether the thing to do is to have each person, like, we picked it up as Dexter. We picked up 2 things, and then they were gone, and we didn't have access to them anymore. And when we went back to the living room, it was gone, or it was never there. So the question is, as Drunk Tiger is saying, is the idea that we should pick up these items so that these people, these other detectives, have them, even though as the new detective being sent in, we won't have them? Or should we be leaving them so that the next person who enters the house can get them? If we're going back in time, then leaving them does us no good. I think we need to pick it up. I'm agreeing with Drunk Tiger. Jonathan Warner says, Matt, I wonder if we're going to fail this whole set of runs and then have to start over again and do specific things as Dexter to set up for Mason and Mason for the next guy. That's interesting. It would make sense, wouldn't it? I don't know if it's a matter of fail. I wonder if we're not... I think Jonathan is onto something here. If we're going back in time, then each person is going to have to do something to set up the house for the next person. But Jonathan is... I just want to make one twist to what Jonathan's saying. Jonathan's saying, I wonder if we're going to fail and then have to start over again. But I'm thinking we are going to revisit these times. We are going to be back playing Dexter again in this game without failing. So I think it makes sense that we pick this up so that when we come back and continue, we'll have it. So we're going to pick it up. So we're going to pick it up and we're going to write down on our items that we have the serpentine knife. In book A. Just plus 600. Could be a terrible idea, but we're going to do it. And now the sitting room is 37. Which we don't get to read, but is only going to say in this booklet that it's missing. But now in the other booklet, if we come back to it, yeah. In the other booklet, if we come back to it, we'll have that knife maybe. Okay, anyway. We finished our 10 clues. Now we must go to 14. All right, so we're told, just to remind you, we have 10 minutes. He wants a report. Call and provide a report every 10 minutes. So presumably we now go back onto the street to try to call this guy. Okay, and it says, indeed, if we look up 14, it says, immediately go to the briefing booklet of Book B. Briefing section of Booklet B. So we've now moved past Book A. So there's that. We started out here as Dexter. Then we became Mason. We got that knife. We discovered some ritual place. Got the knife. And now we're told to get booklet B. Now I think it's going to send us back, when we're done with this one, back to the original booklet. But let us see what this says now. So Mason's going to be locked in that house now. Look at what we've got here. Looks like the dark passageway, and there's the doll we found. Okay. May 22nd. Where did booklet A land us? May 21st. So next day. You remember Hoover's words as you pop the collar of your coat. Agent Duncan? Now we're Duncan. I ask that you proceed immediately to 14 Southwest in Arkham. 2 of our teams have vanished inside the building the locals call the House of the Sorcerer. Dexter and his men were sent there 2 days ago regarding a sordid story involving a missing child, but we haven't heard from them. Mason was supposed to check in with Dexter, but he hasn't given any sign of life either. I'm afraid this whole case has something to do with the recent events that took place in Innsmouth and Arkham. Those are described in the rulebook of Strange Occult near the ports in Innsmouth. You must proceed with extreme caution. I want you to bring my teams back dead or alive. A response unit partly composed of Innsmouth veterans will blockade the neighborhood, and I will be on site to assume command of the operation. After looking at the house plan one last time, you slip it into your pocket and signal your men to commence the operation. They know what they have to do. On your left, the head of the response unit nods, meeting your gaze. If you are not out in 10 minutes, they will storm in. In front of you, the wooden facade, which must have been white centuries ago, is now blackened and warped, fallen victim to its age and bad weather, all of which gives the impression that the building is emitting some sort of howl, not quite a breath, but rather a death rattle it has been releasing since the dawn of time. You pull back the hammer of your 38 Special, readying it for whatever lies ahead before kicking the door open. 001. Some entries provide a room number. If it already has a room number, don't modify it. But if it says change it, you must change it. The collected items in other booklets are unavailable to you. If you're in a hurry, you can go back and forth between rooms you have already been numbered without visiting the room that separates them, but do you really want to do that? Well, another 10 minutes. We don't know what's going to happen in 10 minutes. Is the game over? Or is it going to bounce us back between these different people? Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Okay, here we are. Now, shall we visit the vestibule once again to get our bearings? It seems like we should. And role-playing wise, it makes sense. So I do think we go to the new vestibule. So we're going to do what we did before. We're going to fold this over, showing we are now Duncan. There's no more booklets, so... All right, so we're going to start with our first clue, unless I hear objection, with 001 vestibule. Let's see if this place is even newer or older. Here we go. 001. As you walk into the vestibule, you feel as though someone outside your field of vision is watching you. You pivot to the left as you draw your weapon, but first meet only with your distorted and barely noticeable reflection in a large de-silvered mirror. So that was Jonathan's memory, that there was a mirror on our left. So let's make a note. It's de-silvered mirror. De-silvered mirror on left. That seems like where the girl was trapped. Someone watching you through the mirror. That makes sense that the sorcerer or whatever is in the mirror, or the girl. Quickly, you make out an Agent Dexter, too, standing behind you, holding an axe with a crazed look in his eyes. You turn around, but he disappeared. You look again into the mirror, but still cannot see him. Near you, he's crazed. Dexter's gone crazy. And he's got the axe we found for him. Near you, a door left ajar leads to the sitting room. From behind the closed door to the study on your right, you seem to hear a child moaning. In front of you, the last door opens into the kitchen. There's no trace of the staircase supposedly leading upstairs. Behind you, the door opening into the street just slams shut. So we now have the door into the study is back. The sitting room door is open. The door to the study is closed and there's a child moaning. Okay, so let's see. Moaning child in study. Just closed door. And no stairs. Presumably, possibly the seller is going to go to the stairs again. All right. Well, finally got our chance to go to the study. So let's go to the study. Oh, I should I should write Agent Dexter is in the mirror with the axe we found for him. Yikes. Okay. Next up is the study. Finally, we're getting to the study. It says, the door is locked and stronger than it looks. Despite several attempts, you can't open it. Well, that was a wasted clue. In the vestibule, I don't see any sign of a kitchen. Near your door left goes to the sitting room. Study on the right. Oh, in front of you, the last door opens into the kitchen. Okay. So the question is, do we go to the sitting room and dining room or we go to the kitchen? I want to go to the kitchen to see if we can get into this pantry or backyard. So I say kitchen. 004, kitchen. I think we're going to pop back and forth between these people. All right, let's see what kitchen says. Says, a suffocating metallic smell overwhelms you as you step into what should have been the kitchen. Chunks of meat and carcasses whose provenance you do not dare guess hang from the ceiling and slowly sway among the flies. But are these flies? On the door, partially hidden underneath some rubble, you can see a trapdoor secured with a padlock. So this is metallic smell. It's the metallic smell of iron and dead carcasses. And flies. And then we've got the locked trap door. It's almost as if we're back in Dexter's time. Is that what it is? Are they just 2 times? Are we back between Dexter and... No mention of a pantry. Have we decided to play where if it doesn't mention it, we don't go into it? what should have been the kitchen. So I guess we don't go to the pantry. Right. Sorry. So we've decided we're not going to go to places that we don't see. But it doesn't say there's a way out either into the backyard. So I think what we do then is let's go back and go into the sitting room. We tried going in here, we couldn't. This seems to be a closed room. Let's go to the sitting room 37, which we took the serpentine knife from last time. So let's go to 37. In fact, I like this idea of going to rooms where we modify them. Okay, so 37. You feel dizzy as you open the door to what should have been the sitting room. You cautiously enter the narrow balcony which lines a cliff of oddly veined and polished black stone that you are incapable of identifying. This book. It partly reflects the starry chasm you do not dare gaze into, a dark immensity of a stellar void dotted with dizzying stars. Sorry, dying stars. Look, just random pictures here of the candlestick, of the stairway up. From the middle of the balcony juts some sort of diving board overlooking the endless night. At the end is a small stele on which lies a strange whistle, maybe a flute, connected to the black stone by a silver chain. You hesitate to step forward when you realize that a tall, thin, ink-black, bald, and beardless man wearing a heavy, shapeless black robe is standing at the other end of the balcony. That sounds like the sorcerer. The man gives you a menacing smile and seems to slip through another entryway that should have led to the dining room. If you wish to use the whistle, add 300 to the number of this room. You cannot take the whistle into another room. Whew. You enter the narrow balcony. Okay, so we've got a narrow balcony, which lines a cliff of oddly veined, polished black stone and a starry chasm you do not dare gaze into. Okay, and then in the middle of the balcony is a diving board, which is insane. At the end, it's a diving board. At the end is a whistle. Oh, to call up some creature. Strange whistle. Flute. It's a board that you go over to the edge, like at the orcas at some at some aquarium, and you're gonna blow the whistle, and the creature's gonna come up to get some food, which we don't have. Okay, let's see. Connected to the stone on a chain, and we see a tall, thin, ink black, bald man, beardless. And I think that's the sorcerer in a heavy black robe. He's at the other end of the balcony. He gives us a menacing smile and goes to the dining room. Or goes to what should be the dining room. Another entryway. So it sounds like we could go to where the dining room is. So we can actually cross over and follow him there. Yikes. Should we blow the whistle? Jonathan says, I'm for coming back and using the whistle later. Jonathan and I are both cautious about these things. Okay, so if we use the whistle, add 300 to the number of this room. I don't know. I mean, we're here, but we don't have the thing to feed the thing. I don't think it's time. I think Jonathan has a point. Like, it feels like we should have an item to give this thing when we blow the whistle. But if we don't blow the whistle and find out what it wants, how are we going to know what to bring it? All right, but we can come back. We can come back. Oh, I don't know. Do we blow the whistle? We didn't read from the book. We play a little bit more cautious. All right, we're not going to blow the whistle. Let's follow the, I don't know how much, it's not really more cautious, but we're going to follow the guy into the dining room, which isn't really going to be the dining room. We're not blowing the whistle yet. We're not blowing the whistle yet. I don't know if we should or we shouldn't, but we're not going to do it. 26, here we go. In the middle of this cyclopean-sized banquet hall sits a huge table, beautifully lit by hundreds of candlesticks. It is cluttered with heaps of fruit and hundreds of trays of strange meats that fill the air with heady scents. At the back, a door opens to the outside. You know where we are. We're in the sorcerer's lair. This is the realm of this house where the sorcerer lives. So this is the hundreds of candlesticks. Oh, that's pretty good. Pretty cool. Door to outside. This is a banquet hall. With fruit and meat trays. All right, let's keep proceeding out to the backyard. So backyard is number 10. This is clue 6 of 10. All right, here we go. The peeled hills of this vast graveyard stretch as far as the eye can see. Petrified by this horrific vision, you end up turning away from some mounds that the bad weather has kept stripping until they have spewed their contents. You then realize that the real horror of this place does not lie within these mass graves, which, like still rivers, pour out their swells of corpses, nor in its expanse, which seems to exceed the sky laden with heavy black clouds. No, the growing dull terror that you experience is caused by the imperceptible rustle rising from the bowels of the earth. Okay, so this is a graveyard, but nothing else really there. No mention of a shed. So correct me if I'm wrong. Have we been to all the places that we know that we heard mentioned? We came into the vestibule. There's no stairs going up. We went into the study. We couldn't get into the... Sorry, what's this? So we came into the... We came into the vestibule. No stairs going up. We tried to get into the study. We couldn't get in there. Then we backtracked, went into the kitchen. There's a trapdoor going down that's locked, and and no sign of a pantry or a way out. So we backtracked to the sitting room. There was a place where we could blow a whistle. We didn't use it. We went into the dining room. We went outside, and that's the backyard. And that's it. So we've now run out of places to go. So I guess we go back to the whistle. Yep. I'll say before we continue that we're not 100% sure that we shouldn't go to the shed even though there's no mention of it. It's just our house rule. We've decided that if it doesn't mention the shed, we shouldn't try to go there. We could peek at it to see if that's logical, but let's do that when there's nothing else we can do. Drunk Tiger says, can't we just run to the streets? We could, but let's go blow the whistle and see what happens. So blowing the whistle is 300 to room 37. That would be 337. Is blow whistle in dining room, which isn't in the sitting room. I'm hoping that there's no entry for shit. I'm just gonna quickly peek if there's an entry for the... Okay, I looked for an entry for 30. There is no entry for 30 in this book, so we did that right. Well, in the same way then, there shouldn't be an entry for pantry. Let's check that. Yeah, okay, no entry for pantry. Although it's dangerous to do it this way because we could find another route into that room. But this just goes to show our logic is right. If you can't get into a room, if it doesn't describe a way to get there, then we shouldn't be trying to jump there. All right, here we go. We're blowing the whistle. What creature is going to come up? Oh, we should have a break first. All right, let's take a break, another break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We'll blow the whistle and see what whale, creature, dolphin comes up. It's not going to be a nice, friendly dolphin. All right. I'll see you then in 8 minutes. We're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're playing the Sorcerer's House. And we're in Book B. We're on clue 7 of 10. Lead 7 of 10 before we have to report in. And we're about to blow the whistle on this scary balcony and see what creature comes up when we blow the whistle. Before we do, I do want to point out in the chat that I had an idea that we should be breaking these mirrors with the axes. John says that's either going to solve it or make it impossible. Jonathan also says, will one of our guys read the grimoire in the past? Will Mason become the wizard? These are all fascinating questions. Should we have read the Maybe we should have done all the things that when you get a chance to do something, you should do it. I don't like that idea of reading that grimoire, though. All right, let's blow the whistle. 3:37. Let's see what happens. I'm a little nervous. What creature's gonna come up? But what can we do but do it? Here we go. You tread the narrow diving board with an uneasy, staggering step, reluctant to lay your hand on the smooth stone steel whose sickening veins seem to pulsate. You slowly bring the whistle to your lips and blow without producing any sound. Some stars begin to throb strangely, enlarging as they draw closer. Soon they take shape, and you understand that it is the dull light of other stars that reflects off the interlacing of fibrous wings and spongy carapaces that constitute the bulk of these strange stellar wasps. As two of them float according to a complex elliptical path above you, the third comes to the end of the diving board with a silent buzz and slowly arches. Without thinking, you climb on the repulsive mound. You soon lose sight of the balcony and the huge cliff as you glide at an incredible speed towards the depths of space. Proceed immediately to the briefing section of Case 3. When returning to a booklet you have already visited, the collected items in that booklet are available to you. Do not modify the number of the plan. Okay, so the whistle brought a giant wasp creature. We got on its back, and he took us back in space and time to the first agent in the first briefing. So now we close booklet B, and we have, in fact, as surmised, as predicted, actually looped back to Dexter with Dexter's items. But now we just still don't have any, we weren't given extra time. Proceed immediately to the briefing. I guess we do. Dexter is starting over now. Except he has his items. Let's read that again. Proceed immediately to the briefing section. When returning to a booklet you have already visited, the collected items are available to you. Do not modify the numbers on the plan. So we're returning to the briefing, which he's assigning Dexter to go back. I mean, it's going back in time. We're just looping back, but we have all of our items. So in booklet A, we had the knife. In booklet B, we didn't take anything. And where is our original? Okay, so our original stuff, I crossed it off, but we do still have it. So we have an axe and we have the candlesticks. Absolutely fascinating. So we've looped back. We have 10 more turns. Yes, we have 10 more turns. If I remember right, in the first booklet, we still had to explore the study and 3 bedrooms. Other rooms may have changed. Yes. This is absolutely fascinating. So, we're Dexter. We're back in our base booklet. Let's make sure we don't read the wrong booklet. We're back here. Okay, so let's look at what's changed here. It might be nice to mark. Well, we know when they've changed because they jump in their tens digit. So we picked up. Sorry, let's go here. So we did this. We got the candlestick here, and we changed this to 30. Someone else, not Dexter, picked up the knife here and changed this. In the upstairs, nothing else changed. Is that right? Nothing. Only these 3 rooms changed numbers. The candlestick and the axe, which Dexter got, and then this one that this guy got, that the mason got, or whatever the other one was. But we now have the axe and the candlesticks. We haven't been to the study as Dexter, and we haven't been to these 3 bedrooms. So let's do those. All right, so we finished here, and now we're back to Dexter with 10 more turns. All right, so shall we go to the place that we regretted last time, which was the study. Let's start there. Or we could start by smashing things with the axe, smashing the mirrors. I guess you probably can't smash the mirrors. Let's cover the rooms first that we didn't get a chance to. So here we go with the study. Absolutely fascinating. Okay. Room 2 says, the door is locked and stronger than it looks. Despite several attempts, you can't seem to open it. You are still in the vestibule. However, you have not spent this lead in vain. Now you know that this door is locked. Okay. Well, we did know that in the other timeline too, but it stayed locked. All right, well, let's make a note of that. Door is locked. So it was locked in all of our timelines, right? It's just in one timeline and didn't even exist. But we've never been in it. Is that correct? We've never been in the study. We hear the moaning girl is from there. So, yeah. So that's where we need to get into, presumably. Well, now we know at least when we run out of leads, we know we hop around. Well, actually, we didn't run out of leads in the in booklet B. We just blew the whistle. We blew the whistle. What if we had gone outside? What would have happened? Interesting. All right, let's go upstairs. So let's start again. We might as well do them in order with 006 bedroom south, which we haven't been in this book. All right. I don't know why I'm doing all this, but okay. So it just says Only the bed size suggests that a child once slept here. Okay, so 6 is small bed. Nothing else. 7 bedroom. That was 2. Now we're at 3. Okay, 7 bedroom says, the shreds of a heavy canopy are still disintegrating around the bed, of which only the frame remains. Next to the window through which light struggles to pass, an old dressing table sports a broken mirror. Bedroom. We've got a heavy canopy bed, which we've seen when it wasn't disintegrated. And then next to window is old dressing table and broken mirror. So there is a mirror here. I think we want to annotate it and write that. This is bedroom 7. This is broken mirror in it. Or at least in our timeline, it's broken. Okay, now let's go to the last bedroom, which is clue 4. You do not dare enter this room whose floor is about to collapse. Well, it looks like we actually did our first playthrough pretty efficiently if we didn't go upstairs. It's not much interesting upstairs here. All right, so we've got 4 clues done of our 10, and we've investigated every room. The only one we haven't visited that's changed is the sitting room. So let's go to the sitting room, which has changed. Okay, so 37 is the sitting room. Let's see what... Now, what's going to be interesting here is that we did change this room in the past. It's not clear that it's past present stuff, but it seems like it might have been in the past. We took the Egyptian knife, and we saw this before in this Dexter world, but we haven't seen it since we changed it. So let's see if anything has changed. Old sheets cover the 2 armchairs, the sofa, and the few insignificant furniture pieces that struggle to fill the room, which seems somehow smaller than it should be. Is the strong smell of mold going to your head, and whose spores cause some sort of mild hallucinogenic effect? Either way, you begin to feel as though the walls are swelling in an attempt to crush you. You press your handkerchief against your face, trying to filter out these impure miasmas. This is the same thing we read when we visited this the first time. An opaque glass door opens to the dining room. Another door to the vestibule. To the right of the latter, the only decoration in the room is rather odd. A painting depicting an old woman wearing an undersized white dress, looking through the window into a log cabin. You realize that the window looks into a vestibule identical to that of the house, but in much better condition. So this looks like exactly what it looked like before when we were Dexter and we visited this as whatever room number this was. So this is the picture as we've illustrated it here. It's a picture right here. And it's a picture, again, old woman, undersized, white dress. Like, this makes me think the old woman is this girl that got captured, kidnapped, lost in this house. Like, now she's an old woman captured in this painting. She's looking through window to a log cabin. The window looking through the window into a log cabin. You realize the window looks into a vestibule. It's kind of weird. It looks into a log cabin, but it looks into a vestibule. That's cleaner. All right, so here's the interesting thing now. If we look at this thing, we've been to every place as Dexter that's here, other than when we took the axe, this turned into 30. We did not actually re-look at 30. But I feel fairly confident it's just going to be the shed without the axe. But it's possible that, remember, there was a rake and there was an axe there. So we could do that, but otherwise we could start using stuff. So Jonathan says, I kind of want to try using the candle in the dining room where we first got it. That way we can test if we can put items back in rooms where we got them. Maybe pick them up in a separate book. It's an interesting idea. Well, we know we can jump around. We can loop through this as many times as we want. Now that we know how to safely loop around. Okay, let's think. I'm just trying to think. I'm trying to think. The only thing here that we haven't read since it's changed is the shed, which we assume is going to be the same. We assume we know what it's going to say. We assume it's going to say it's the same description of the shed, except you haven't taken the... Except you've already taken the axe. Jonathan wants to do the dining room. All right, well, we've already read 26. We're allowed to read it for free. Let's read what it says about the dining room once we've taken the candlestick. It says, the dining room table, with 3 of its worm-eaten legs already broken, axe could chop off some wooden legs of a table if we wanted them. So let me, let's see, we have, I see that for our notes, we probably should have written down 026 dining room. Okay, so I'm just going to put wooden table legs in case we wanted to use the axe to chop them. On the west wall is a large mirror. Burnished by time, but not reflected any image for years, keeping with what may have been witnessed eons ago. Below it, on a tomb chest of drawers, an empty tray makes you realize the absence of trinkets, which must have contained them. The far end, a glass door opening to the house backyard, faces the one that leads into the sitting room. So Jonathan is asking, let's look in the chat for a second. Jonathan is saying, I want to try using the candle in the drawing room. I read it as saying she's looking at a window into a log cabin, but we can see through the window she's gazing out from, and behind her we see the vestibule. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I'm a little confused about that, but we'll figure it out if we need to later. All right. Let's try Jonathan's idea of using the candlestick in the room we got it from, just for the heck of it. So candlestick is 400. That's room 26. So that would be room 426. Let's see if it lets us put it back. I don't think it is, but let's see. Whoop. It looks like we should be glad that we listened to Jonathan, because what have we got here? Room 426. You return the candlestick to its place. Update the plan. The dining room becomes 009. You can no longer use the candlestick. Well, that's fascinating. That is absolutely fascinating. So Jonathan's theory was right, and we can undo taking things. Now, what we don't know is if the theory of going back in time and forward in time, we think we're at the far end of time, right? If it is going back in time. If so, then there's no reason for Dexter to not have it. Although it's not clear to me, we've got 3 periods, and I don't know when the third one is. Jonathan says, things just got more complicated. All right. So we don't have the... That was a really good idea to try, though, because... we dropped it in dining room. We probably don't want to drop it because we probably want to experiment with it more. I would think the wizard's time might be the last time. I think you might be right there. There was a dark room, a dark area in the backyard that we avoided. The other, you know what, the other thing we haven't considered whether using an item might be dropping it there. Like maybe if you want to bring the item to a room that doesn't exist in one timeline. The kitchen was dark too. Yeah, we might try that. I mean, we could re-pick it up. Should we re-pick it up? Let's re-pick it up for now until we figure out how to use it. So we're gonna take the candlestick again, which doesn't cost us a lead. We just pick it up because we've already read those leads. All right, so we've got the candlestick, we got the axe. I want to try using the axe in these rooms with mirrors. So there is a large mirror on the west wall in the dining room. Let's try using the axe. So the axe on the dining room would be 126. It's back to 26 again. Right? Unless Jonathan, you think there's a reason we should leave the candlestick, I'm going to take it again. Because we might as well have it to experiment with. I think it would cost to pick it back up. No, it doesn't cost anything to pick them up. And we've reread it. We've already read it, so I don't believe it should cost us anything. It doesn't cost time to pick the things up. It just costs time to read a new lead. Don't ask Gregor if it costs us anything, Jonathan, because he always says yes. But I don't think it does. We're rereading a lead that we've already read, which is lead 9. So if we go to 9, 9 says... 9 is the dining room, which we already read, and it just says, if you take the candlestick, update the plan to say it's 26. So that doesn't cost us time. Picking things up doesn't cost time, just reading a new lead. All right, so now, also the fact that we can loop through these endlessly, I mean, there may be something we do that I say save 2 turns to drop these items back before the next booklet. I see, okay. We don't have to... It doesn't cost us anything to drop them. Because it doesn't cost to travel. So we can drop them... Oh yeah, when you drop them in the same place, we can drop the candlestick for free. Because we already know what happens to it. The axe would cost us something to drop it if it makes us read something else. Okay. I want to try using the axe in the dining room, which is 126. Where there is a mirror, it's not a working mirror, I guess. Okay, so let's read what it says. The dining room table finally collapses as if in slow motion. Oh, it's the table. I did say before we did this that we might chop that wood. The dining room table finally collapses as if in slow motion when you smash the last of its legs with a single axe stroke. The terrible silence that follows the dreadful crack quickly wipes off your childish smile, which the large opaque mirror refuses to reflect. Suddenly, fear-stricken, you quickly turn your head toward the glass doors to the backyard and sitting room, but nothing moves. Update the plan. The dining room becomes 028. Okay. Okay, so we did 126, which was dining room plus the axe. We chopped the table. Changed room to 028. So we've changed the dining room now to 028. Now I know we could drop the candlestick again in the broken room. We haven't looked at 28. So it's possible we could look at it now, but if we look at it now, we've chopped the table up. Do you think there's anything else? Like, we haven't looked at that yet. Do we need to look at it to see the broken table legs that we can pick up? Or are we just going to describe the scene? All right, let's try the axe in the sitting room. There is a painting there. And a mirror? Just the picture. All right, let's try using the axe in the sitting room. We're just going to try chopping down all the rooms. All right, that is 137. Okay, 137 doesn't have an entry, so you can't chop down the living room. We're almost out of leads here in the future, but we can't really help the past guy in the future, can we? We tried chopping sitting room. I want to try where there are more mirrors. There's a mirror in the vestibule, so I'd like to try that. 101. 101 has an entry. Let's see what it says here. You smashed the door. Okay, so all the rooms I think we're smashing mirrors doesn't work. You smash the door with unfathomable savagery. After bursting through its center, you stick your face through the opening, smiling as you scrutinize the inside of the room. Seized by a supernatural excitement you find hard to contain. You can now enter the study. Oh my god, we smashed open the study door. The study becomes 011. The vestibule becomes 020. You drop the axe to the floor. You can no longer use it. That was the only purpose of the axe, to smash the study door down. Okay. And it looks like my theory of smashing mirrors doesn't quite work, because it doesn't even want us to smash mirrors. Okay, so we smashed open the study. We changed it to 20, right? But more importantly, and the vestibule to, sorry, the study becomes 011. The vestibule becomes 020. That seems like it should be reversed based on numbering, but we'll find out if that's a typo or not. Oh, I guess it's probably not. The study becomes 011, which we can enter. I guess it's not. And then the vestibule becomes 020. So let's write down. That was a huge breakthrough here. We axe in vestibule. We broke study door. Study becomes 011, and then vestibule becomes 020. Okay. And no more axe. So this is like a text adventure game. The game is telling us you're done with the axe. You will no longer ever need it again. Or at least in this book, but it seems like it's done. Although you drop it, let's just put dropped in vestibule. Maybe you still see it if you look at the vestibule again. I don't know. All right, that was lead number 8. I mean, surely we should go into the study now. 011 in the study. Are we going to rescue the girl? Surely it's not that simple. 011 is the study. Zero, 1, is the study. As you glance at the wood splinters that now litter the room's floor, you notice that it is covered with a thick layer of dust. You cannot help but shiver when you think of the cleanliness of the floors in the rest of the house, whose rooms are much older than this architectural wart. You pull yourself together and swiftly search the room, but find nothing of interest except a small white metal key that you slip into your pocket. Update the plan. The study now becomes 29. If you wish to use this key in another room, add 200. So it's a small white metal. Well, we've got a metal box, don't we? Plus 200. All right. I feel like we're making to the pantry, Jonathan says. Yes, to the pantry to try to open that box. So it's just thick dust, and then we get small white metal key. And where was that key found? Nothing of interest except a small white metal key that you slip into your pocket. Okay. All right, so we've got one more turn left in Dexter's timeline. With our lead number 10, we're going to go to the pantry, and we're going to use the key in the pantry. So 200 plus 13 is 213. It says key in pantry. Okay. Let's see what happens with that. We should be a little bit careful that Gregory doesn't trick us into killing ourselves. Like, we've been walking around this now thinking nothing can go wrong with no matter what we do. But we should think twice. Like, that something can kill us. Like that grimoire. I still have my doubts. Okay, here we go. The key opens a small box. The key opens the small box without difficulty. Inside, you discover a small old book in black binding. You grab it and throw the small box behind you. Then you gently open the grimoire and start reading the text, which, even though written in the Latin alphabet, has Asian and Middle Eastern overtones. Soon you cannot help but flip the pages and read it out loud. Louder and louder. You are no longer reading the book. It is now the book that is screaming through your throat. Oh my God, we're gone crazy from the book. Crazy energy runs through you as you flip the pages ever faster until you tear them out. The light seems to fade, no disappear, as if absorbed by the darkness that surrounds you and spreads through the pantry. A thick and voluptuous blackness, palpable and sickening, which erases reality until it disappears entirely. Before fainting, you catch a glimpse of a tunnel leading to an underground room, number 42, toward which you desperately crawl to escape the void. Modify the pantry's number, it becomes 23. Modify the kitchen's number, it becomes 22. If you have any leads left, you have no choice but to proceed to 42. Otherwise, return to the street. Weird. Okay, so let's see here. So the pantry becomes 23. Furthermore, the kitchen becomes 22. And then we've got a new tunnel to 42. And the game says if we had leads left, we'd have to go down to the tunnel. But we don't have leads left, so we go to the street. All right, so let me just write down here. Pantry goes to 23. Kitchen goes to 22. And then we read a grimoire in the metal box, which we opened and threw away. So we've accomplished that. And then we found a tunnel underground. And we go to 42. Now, that's not the same number as the other passageway, no. All right, so then we out of leads. All right, so we go back on the street now, which we know what this is. We've been here before. He just says, read book A. So now we've looped back to book A. John says, house rules, we dropped the candle since it was free or not in the dining room. Sure, let's drop the candle in the dining room. That's what you wanted to do. So the only thing that changed there is we changed the dining room to 9 to show the candle is there rather than us having it. And we're going to mark that we don't have it. So it could be there in the Sorcerer's time. If we think that's future, past, future, present. We're not sure. Although it definitely makes sense. Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right, Jonathan. Oh, good catch. So it was 0.28 since we chopped it. So we can't drop the candlesticks there now because we don't know what would happen. Oh, it doesn't cost us a lead. Yes, it does. It would cost us a lead to read something new. Okay, so we can't, we still have the candlestick. We'll have to come back on a second looper loop. All right, so fascinating. All right, so now, what I was saying is it does make sense that it was past, present, and future because when we're in the booklet B with the Sorcerer, we see Dexter in the mirror threatening to kill us, right? So it does make sense that that's after Dexter. And this is before Dexter. Okay, it makes sense. Okay, so now we're back to book B. I'm sorry, book A, which is Mason. Okay, so Mason has the knife. The Egyptian knife. And the study is now different. But he's in the world before the study. And it doesn't exist in this world, I believe. But we've chopped open the door in the vestibule. So we go to the vestibule now, I guess, which is check the change dining room. Yes, let's check the change dining room. Although remember, we're now in the past. So we think whatever effects we did as Dexter are not going to be visible as this guy, we think. It's vice versa, right? It's more that we could change things as this guy that will affect what Dexter sees. But let's check. Now, we start out by being able to go to the vestibule. I think we should go to the vestibule, which is now it's a different number because Dexter chopped it down, but we don't think it's going to look different to this guy. But let's see. So I'm going to go to 20. All right, let's see what it says. Yes, this is what we expected. So 20 looks like to Mason that nothing's changed. But it is a new lead number for us, so we still have to pay for it. So we pay for it as our first lead as Mason, but it looks exactly the same. As you enter the vestibule, you're surprised to find the house so clean. No president has ever come here. The house is ready to welcome anyone willing to take the plunge. Decoration is simple. Contrary to what the plan shows, no trace of a staircase or a door leading to a study. To our left, the door ajar leads to the sitting room. In front of you, a door provides access to the kitchen. Behind you, the door opening into the street just slammed shut. So nothing interesting in here. So now let's look at our map and let's remember where we went as Mason. Because even though numbers have changed due to Dexter's actions, like finding the tunnel, that's not going to be available to Mason. What we would really like to do is have Mason now go to someplace and do something with the knife that will result in a change for Dexter. Where did we go as Mason? We went down a trap door to the cellar. Which was just the landing. We found a porcelain doll and heard sad moaning in a bedroom. We found a mirror with jewels and a metal box that was locked. Well, we don't have a key. There was a brick passageway that went to 16. There we saw the girl and Dexter through a window, through a door, a weird door. Then we went into the grimoire room, which we didn't read. We got the Egyptian knife. We didn't have an option. Oh, that's a good point. Stab the grimoire, stab the doll, maybe stab the wall that should lead to the study. That's really interesting. Egyptian hieroglyphs. When we read our grimoire in the metal box, so we're back in time. That's how we're reading this. Notice that the metal box is in the bedroom. Do we have to bring it to the pantry? Do we have to put the grimoire in it and bring it to the pantry? We don't have a key. The key was found in the study, but there is no study. I do think it's worth pointing out that, you know, if the study doesn't exist or whatever, and it's full of dust as if no one's ever went to it, it does make me wonder if we're not supposed to do something with this bedroom to get access to that room. But I do think we should figure out what we're supposed to use at knife. Maybe we should use the knife into the grimoire or try stabbing the doll, either one. Didn't the grimoire that we found in the pantry say something about it had like writing on it that was Middle Eastern in different areas? That makes me harken back to the Egyptian knife. I think we should try stabbing the grimoire and see what happens. I mean, it's worth a try, right? So we went in the passageway, which led to 44 spiral stair. That was where the thing was. Okay, so let's go. Yeah. Let me point out something else. This is a mechanic. There have been text adventure games that have a time passing element, time travel type element. And I want to point out that so we've been to the sitting room in Dexter's world even before we picked up the knife from Mason's past. And there was no Egyptian knife there in the sitting room, right? So it's not that it's not there because Mason picked it up. It just wasn't there in the future. But you could imagine that only things placed in the metal box travel through time. Like, because no one can get at them, they stay there. So it could actually be that we have to, if we want to send something through time, that we have to put it in a specific location in order for it to travel through time to get to the future people. Let's just keep that in mind. Like, if we can find the key in the past and we can put the knife in the box or the grimoire in the box in the past, maybe that's how it could travel to the future. Whereas if we just drop it in a room, it doesn't travel to the future because someone picks it up or the sorcerer picks it up in the meantime. Just something to keep in mind. Regardless, let's go try stabbing that grimoire. We don't know what reading the grimoire does. Like, we read it in Dexter's world, and it opened up a passageway, or it made us go crazy down a passageway. I'm a little scared to do it. Let's try stabbing it though. So the spiral staircase was 44. So we're allowed to read that for free to refresh our memories of it. Let's look at it. Okay, it says, after descending the stairs, you straighten up, enter a new tunnel. You soon adjust your jacket, pull on your shirt sleeve, raise your head, puff out your chest as you fix your tie, knowing full well the solemnity such a place demands. He's already losing his mind. It's with a grave face that you enter the huge circular room. From the balcony through which you arrived, you first see only the black stone lectern placed in the center, which supports an ancient prehistoric grimoire, lasciviously open in its middle, offering your eyes a crude and inhuman text. It may be an eternity, provided that time subsists here, before your eyes get used to the dim light. Hundreds of balconies like yours overlook the room. You stiffen as you catch sight of two of them, from which dark, strangely familiar, probably humanoid shapes seem to be watching you. If you try reading the book, add 21. we already read that before. You do realize if we stab this grimoire, that could be instant death for us. Like, it's a risky thing to try to do. And we're not saying stab the grimoire. We're just saying use the knife in this room. What if we're like cutting our blood to, I mean, should we read this? Should we try stabbing it? Should we stab it before we read it? That just seems risky. But reading it seems really risky. Am I overthinking it? Should we be reading it? Jonathan, what do you think? Should we stab it or read it? That's nerve-wracking. So far, this game has not threatened to have us lose or do anything we can't that would make it impossible for us to win. Let's try stabbing. Let's try using the knife in room 44 and see what happens. It's nerve-wracking. But so 644. Here we go. 644. Okay, there's no entry for 644, so you cannot use the knife on the grimoire. So hasn't cost us anything yet. Should we use the knife on the doll and cut it open and see if there's anything in there? Let's do it. We tried stabbing the grimoire, it didn't happen. Now let's try. Let's read the entry where the doll is. Let's see. We've got room 7, room 6, and room 8. We're allowed to reread all of those. So if you go to room 6, you get the feeling of a little girl. I'm going to do this so you don't read anything else. Sad looking porcelain doll, that's in room 6. In 7 is the hard canopy bed. I had the idea of cutting the canopy bed. And there's a metal box. The lock is intact. So 7 has the locked box and the canopy bed, and 8 is the weird passageway. So we could try cutting the doll. Yeah, let's try cutting the doll and hope it doesn't. It described it as creepy, right? Wait, hold on. You open the door, you get a fleeting impression of hearing a little girl moaning. But on the small bed, you only find a sad-looking porcelain doll that watches you in silence. No, I'm not going to use the knife on it. I can't do it. It's a sad doll in the room where we hear her crying. But what if it's got a key in it? It's not her, right? We're in the past. Can I point out that, like, the doll is right here on the cover? All right, let's do it. Let's use a knife on it. I'm terrified of what's going to happen. 606. Hopefully there won't be an entry and we'll be safe. Okay, there's no entry for 606, so let's just write down. So we tried 606 and we tried 644, which was the grimoire. Okay, so nothing to cut there. What about in the room with the canopy bed and the lockbox? I'm going to try that. That would be 607. 607 doesn't have an entry either. Let's go make sure that the knife was how we read it. Make sure it really is 600 and I didn't just read it wrong. So we found the knife in the sitting room. Just 37. Let's see, it was before it got to 37. This is why you gotta take good notes, because we don't okay, so we were Mason. We went into the sitting room, which was 3 at the time. Let's just remind ourselves. If you wish to use the knife, add 600. So we did it correctly. So we couldn't use it in the bedrooms, and we couldn't use it on the grimoire, and we couldn't use it on the doll. So let's take a look at what it said again about that knife. You barely stepped into the room when you notice on the pedestal a strange knife with a barbed serpentine blade and engraved with Egyptian symbols, which stands out among many trinkets in the room. It does seem like maybe this is the ritualistic sacrificial blade or something that we should be using on someone. Rather than using it to open things. Explore the changed sitting room and dining room. Yeah, let's do that. Let's explore the changed sitting room, which should just be exactly the same description of the room, but we picked up the knife. So that should be unchanged. Okay, 37, it counts against us, but it is. It's exactly the same as it was, except we picked up the knife. So sitting room, no information. And now the dining room should also be unchanged because we only modified it in the future. A large table, half dozen upholstered chairs. You notice a deep notch in one of the legs, most likely caused by a sharp, heavy object of some kind. On the west wall, an imposing mirror gives the impression that the room is even larger. Below it, on a tomb chest of drawers, you distinguish many trinkets. At the back of the room, a glass door. So there's a little notch in the leg. I think that's just suggesting that we should chop it down. It's not, we're not going to use this Egyptian knife to cut it. So, 028, dining room, nothing important. I think we may have to go read that grimoire. It seems like we do. Right? Because there's really not much else for us to do. We could visit the kitchen again, but that's not much changed. No stairs. Trap door to the cellar, that just led upstairs. Brick passageway. I do want to mention this. In 16, which is the passageway, we see... Can we put the knife through the door and give it to Dexter's world? I don't think we went to back door, but hold on for a second. We walk through the darkness of the hallway, get a glimpse of a glow. You step up the pace. In the left wall, there's a metal door with a small aperture. Through it, you can see a little girl in a white dress from behind, standing in front of a mirror that opens to a vestibule similar to that of the Sorcerer's house, but terribly dilapidated. In the vestibule, you think it's Agent Dexter and his men that are passing by again and again. We try calling out, even try to force it, but it doesn't work. I'm reading it to say that there's just a vestibule we can, there's just an aperture we can see through if we can't put a knife through it. I'm just going to look up, see, I'm going to try to put the knife through it just for fun. 616, I don't think it's going to be doable. No, okay, so we can't put that through there. Did we visit the outside in this world? I'm not sure there is one, but let's see. At the back of the room, a glass door opens to a magnificent backyard. Maybe we didn't, Jonathan. Maybe we didn't. Okay, so let's do that. So let's go to the backyard as Mason. This is clue 4. Maybe we didn't go here as Mason. So backyard is still 10. 010. Backyard. All right. There is a door to the backyard. So we're going there. 10. Says, you take a quick tour of the backyard's formal garden, whose alignments are almost too perfect. You take the opportunity to inspect the small pond apprehensively, but find only a few frogs. No shed, no... You could use a knife to kill a frog, but there'd be no reason for that. Frogs and garden. And if we try to plant the knife in the ground so it can be found in the future, that would be 610. 610 doesn't exist, so you can't do that. I think we got to read the grimoire. There's nothing else for us to do. Right? The kitchen doesn't exist. Is that right? Well, maybe it does exist. Oh, sorry. The kitchen does exist. We were there before. Goes to the cellar, and the cellar goes up to the landing, which goes into the bedrooms to the grimoire. I think we got to do the grimoire. There's nothing else for us to do here. Okay, I'm going to the grimoire room. I guess we're gonna have to read that grimoire unless you can think of anything else to do with that knife. We could try using the knife in every room, but the grimoire is 44. This makes me nervous, but I don't see what else we can do. Okay, you stiffen as you catch the sight of two of them looking strangely humanoid. If you want to read the book, add 21 to the number of this room. Unless we want to peek at the shed. There's no shed here. There's no shed. There's just the grimoire. I'm reading the grimoire, so it's 65. Let's read I mean, you could also just say, you know, leave the house. We're done with this guy. But it feels like we should be able to do something with this knife that we don't know how to do. All right, here we go. Reading the grimoire. A little scary. More than a little scary. You are about to read, but an immense wave of loneliness sweeps through you. You scrutinize the other balconies for a moment, but the humanoid shapes that occupy them remain motionless. You lower your head and close your eyes. Proceed immediately to the briefing section of Booklet B. So reading the grimoire is what pops you over between booklets. So in each world, there's something you do that brings you to the other one. Well, we don't know what to do in Mason's world. Is it possible that it's a cyclical loop? In other words, what we do in the Sorcerer's future time affects Mason's early time? And so that's what we have to do. We have to do stuff in the Sorcerer's future time to affect Mason's early time. He can affect the present time. Present time can affect the Sorcerer time. Have we, I know this is our theory. Have we actually done something in one time that affected another time? Or is this just our imagination? Jonathan's asking, do we want to house rule some more turns in this time? And there's nothing for us to do. We don't know of anything else to do. Am I wrong? I don't think there's any house ruling necessary because there's nothing to do. We don't know of anything else to do in this timeline. That's why I'm thinking maybe the Sorcerer's timeline can affect stuff in the future. But remind me, have we done anything in one timeline that's affected the next one? Yes, because we changed the rooms. But have we actually seen any difference in rooms? We did see a notch on the table. I can't remember. Let me just see if we could have used the knife in there. No. All right. We won't see it until this next future. Yes, you're right. Everything we've done has been while we're going backwards, but now we're going forwards. Okay, so now we've got book briefing B. We're back on the timeline of Duncan. I wonder if that notch was there before, or if doing stuff in the future has like a tiny little bit of effect in the past. Okay, this is Duncan. Book B. So we're back in the Sorcerer's time now. And we should try to think of something we could do here that might help the guy with the knife. Booklet B. Let me just refresh my memory. This is only our second time. We've done everyone twice except for this booklet, which is the Sorcerer's World. Just trying to find his world. Duncan. Okay, so there's a moaning child in the study, which is closed. Maybe now it's going to be broken down so we can get into it. Yeah. I'm just rereading stuff. So in the Sorcerer's time now, the study was closed, but maybe now it's broken open. That would be nice. Maybe that's why we saw Dexter with an axe. I wonder if that was a clue telling us to use the axe in that room. A locked trap door. Maybe that'll be open. Okay, we didn't do that much in the Sorcerer's time. Okay. All right, well, let's take a little break. We'll come back and we will see if the study has now been broken down. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we are back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're playing Case 3, The Sorcerer's House. House of the Sorcerer. It's quite intriguing. I mean, it's quite captivating, and the imagery is quite good, and it feels like we're just holding on to everything. I was telling Jonathan in the chat, it kind of feels like things are going to start clicking into place. It's 3:30 a.m. here. When we started, I thought it would take us 2 full sessions. Now I feel like we might be able to get it done tonight. That's my gut. It's hard to know, though. I did write a note to myself that we used the key to open the metal box in the pantry in Dexter's time, but there's also a cellar trap door in the kitchen in Dexter's time that we didn't open. That key might open that too. It feels like we should try to open that cellar door in Dexter's time when we get the chance. So I just made a note of that. But now we're in the Duncan's time. We have no items, but we've got lots of stuff we didn't explore in Duncan's time, I believe. We think Duncan's time comes after Dexter, and I think it's a loop, which is very cool. I think it circles back around to Mason's time. But what we're about to see is whether knocking the door down with the axe as Dexter is now going to have it open as Duncan in the future. So here we go. So we're going to go into the vestibule, which is actually changed. Let's start in the vestibule, 20. Let's see if indeed it describes the door being knocked down. As you walk into the vestibule, you feel as though someone outside your field of vision is watching you. You pivot to the left as you draw your weapon, but first meet only with your distorted and barely noticeable reflection in a large de-silvered mirror. Quickly, you make out Agent Dexter 2, standing behind you, holding an axe with a crazed look in his eye. You turn around, but he disappeared. You look again into the mirror, but cannot see him. Near you, a door left ajar leads to the sitting room. From behind the closed door to the study on your right, you seem to hear a child moaning. In front of you, the last door opens into the kitchen. There's no trace of the staircase. Behind you, the door opening to the street just slammed shut. I thought it was going to say that the study door was smashed down. But it doesn't. Is that because we didn't write it down, or is it going to be locked again? I just want to make sure we changed it the way we were supposed to. Study goes to 11, vestibule to 20, and that's what I just read. All right, well, let's try to go into the study here in this timeline, which is 29. Let's see what it says. Okay, it's letting us go in there. I'm not sure if it means I did something. I'm a little concerned. Let me just quickly retrace, because I wouldn't want to get into there when we weren't supposed to. We have good records. When we smashed in the axe, the study turned to 11 and the vestibule turned to 20. When we were in the study in 11 in the base book, we got the small key. Update the plan. The study becomes 29. Okay, so then the study became 29, which I should have written down. Study goes to 29. Okay, so for whatever reason, the vestibule entry didn't update to say, hey, you see that there's a smashed door down. But, okay, but it looks like trying the study worked. Oh, sort of. The titanic arches reverberate the walls of the little boy crucifixed on an inverted ankh at the very end of this immense vaulted room. You walk, trembling toward the small being whose tears of blood slowly flow before disappearing into the gash in his chest. Is this right? So Dexter smashes it down. The study becomes 29. When we go to 29, the moment we do this, it's just a weird entry. Dozens of barbed hooks pull the... It just doesn't seem like this makes sense. In the center room, you find a small box with a dented lid. You open it full of hope, but it's empty. Point your weapon. Your field of vision narrows, and then you immediately recycle back around to Dexter. Yeah, we're in book B. Well, I'm going to write down 029 study. Just going to put weird crucifix recycles to base book. So I mean, we're going mad in this place. It's not crazy to think we walk in this room and read this crazy description. But it was weird to come out of nowhere, and it immediately kicked us out of this future world when we thought this was going to be a big thing. But let's play it by ear. We're going to be here soon enough. We now know how to hop around between areas quickly, so it's not like... Are there any updated entries we could glance at before looping? I don't think we should. I think when we next come back in here, we'll have a chance. Let's just go quickly through our other two hops, because there are places we want to go as Dexter. So we don't know any place we want to go as Mason, though. So let's do a couple Dexters, then we'll hop to Mason, and then hop right to the future and try again. So we're going to be back here as Dexter. I want to see about the cellar. So we're back as Dexter. I'm going to put hop locations. I'm going to make a little note of the three people, the three timelines. We've got Dexter, Mason, and Duncan is our third person. So Duncan can hop from the study, and he also hopped from somewhere else. Dexter hopped from the reading of the grimoire. Or, yeah, in pantry, I think. Okay, so back to Dexter. I want to first have him look in the study, 29, to remind us that that is what it should be. As you glance through the wood splinters, thick layer of dust, you can't help but shiver. Think of the cleanliness of the rest of the house. Search the room, find nothing of interest. That's where we found the key. So there's nothing of interest there anymore. That's fine. Now let's go to the pantry and remind ourselves what that was. That was the underground room. Oh, that's where we ended our game. Wait. Did we run out of time? Is that how we ended it last time with Dexter? Yes. Okay, so the last time we were Dexter, we found the underground tunnel, which is what's in the pantry. All right, so 23, which is the pantry. Let's just read it to remind ourselves. I don't remember if we actually read this lead, but we basically got this information. So let's count it against ourselves, just in case. 23, pantry. Have I skipped on anything? Am I making sense? So this is where we ended the last time we were with Dexter. A whirlwind of darkness seems to have invaded the room, a palpable blackness, some kind of liquid shadow that defies the laws of nature. Its swirling forms intangible arabesques through which you intermittently detect some sort of tunnel. A passage leading to a large underground room, 042. You feel that if you step into this unholy mass, you have no choice but to sink into the tunnel. You tremble with fear as a feeling of excitement overwhelms you. So I was saying that this is probably the way to hop. We haven't tried it yet, though. I don't want to try it yet. I want to go into the kitchen and see if our key works in the kitchen, which is what Jonathan is saying as well. Okay, so now we're going into the kitchen, which is 22. What was once likely a kitchen is now a dilapidated room shrouded in darkness, enlivened by inexplicable rustling. To your right, coming from the vestibule, a door opens into the pantry. Partially hidden underneath some rubble, you discover a trapdoor secured with a large padlock. You also notice a small and empty dented lid box with a key jutting out of it. You take the key. The kitchen becomes 24. If you wish to use this key in another room, add 200 to its number before visiting it. This is kind of fascinating. When we open the box in the pantry, like the key and the case flew out of our hands, and now it landed in the kitchen where we just picked it up. That's weird, and that's the dented box that was empty box that was the sorcerer's thing in the study. So it says kitchen becomes 024. Which is just going to be a description of the kitchen without this box in it. But what else happened? It says we have a key. We have the same key we just used. It like flew out of our hands and now it went back. And we've got the dented open lid box. Dented empty metal box. I don't feel like this key is going to work on this padlock, but we do have the key now. Makes sense that we would try it again. All right, well, let's try it again. Let's try to open this. We may just lock the box. That would be fascinating if we can put something in the box and then lock it That would be how we can send it through time. Yes, it is very interesting that in the Sorcerer's time, we found the box and we were excited and we opened it and it was empty. So now I'm thinking you might be right. Like we open the box, we put something in it, and then we lock it, and then it will survive through time. Well, let's see. Let's see if we relock it now. So we're going to go to 224, which is kitchen key. Let's see what happens. Let's see what this says. I'm very curious. It just says this is not the key to the trapdoor padlock. Okay, so all right. That was 1, 2, 3. All right, so if you'll remember in Dexter's time, there's another key we're missing to get into the cellar. We could go in the pantry down the tunnel. We've chopped up the dining room table with the axe. That was 28. Rest on the floor. That's the candlestick. Didn't you want to grab the candlestick? Or put it back? We should take the candlestick. The candlestick is on the floor in the living room, according to this. And then Jonathan is asking, can we reread? Are we walking around with the lockbox? Okay, let's reread. That was, the kitchen was 24. You also notice a small empty box with a dented lid. So we are not carrying around the box. And we also haven't picked up the candlesticks. I don't see any reason why we should not be carrying around. We should not try to use this candlestick to light up someplace, especially if we go down this tunnel that we've never been before. So I'm going to pick up those candlesticks. 028. I don't remember if we've been here. I don't remember if we changed it and thought we had left them or were carrying them, but we're going to pick them up because we're going to use them into this tunnel, which changes this to 27. And we now have candlestick. If you take the candlestick, it becomes number 27. If you want to add it, add 400, just like before. Okay, so John says, I thought we did have the candlestick. Well, I thought we did too. But I don't think it matters. We didn't go into the dining room as the sorcerer, but now we do have the candlestick. Now we do have it. I thought we had dropped it, but according to the number, we didn't. I don't know if that's our mistake, probably our mistake. It doesn't matter. We can make that decision now if we want to leave it for some reason, but I think we should carry it. And in fact, I think we should think about using it in the backyard where it was dark, where you wanted to use it before. And let's do some candlesticking right now. Before we go down the tunnel, Let's candlestick in the kitchen that looked dark. So that would be 424. You look at the trap door, then the candlestick, then the trap door again, and one last time at the candlestick before wondering what the hell was going through your mind. Okay, 424. Candlestick, kitchen. Nothing interesting. Okay, what about candlestick and backyard is 410. No entry. It did say the backyard was dark, that's why we tried it. Four, 5. No entry for that. Any place else you wanted to use the candlestick? It's wax, we could make a key with it. Let's reread the shed where we took the axe from. The old shed is filled with a tangle of stakes, and its floor is littered with mostly broken pots. Amidst this mess, you find an old rake. Well, Jonathan says, I wish we had looked in the dining room during our future timeline so we knew if the candles were there. Well, we'll get another chance to do that. Any place else we can use the candles? We could burn something down. We could use it as tunnel. I think we should just go through that tunnel now. What was the study? I'm just going to look in the study again, 29. As you glance at the wood splinters that now litter the room's floor, it's covered in dust. Should we burn the wood splinters with the candlestick? Seems like starting a fire is probably not the best idea while we're locked in this house. Let's go down the tunnel and see what happens. So 042. This is a little scary. This is where we almost went last time, but where we ran out of time last time. All right, here we go. $42. You walk through the tunnel and eventually straighten up. You soon adjust your jacket, pull on your shirt sleeve, raise your head, and puff out your chest as you fix your tie, knowing full well the solemnity of such a place demands. All right, yeah, so we're back in this place. From the balcony through which you arrived, you first see only the black stone lectern placed in the center, which supports an ancient prehistoric grimoire, lasciviously open in the middle, offering to your eyes a crude and inhuman text. It may be an eternity, provided that time subsists here. Before your eyes get used to the dim light, hundreds of balconies like yours overlook the room. You stiffen and catch sight of 2 of them from the dark. If you try reading the book here, add 11 to the number of this room. Do not modify the plan. So 11 is grimoire. This is the same described room that's from a different book. So reading it brings us to 53, which I don't believe we've seen yet. Let's just clue 6. You are about to read, but an immense wave of loneliness sweeps through you. You scrutinize the other balconies for a moment, but the humanoid shapes that occupy them remain motionless. You lower your head and close your eyes. Proceed immediately to Book A. Okay, so as expected, Dexter is number 042. That's how we loop from Dexter. When we want to loop. So we're now in Mason's world in the future. You want the candlesticks back for this one, Jonathan? Not. Okay, so we're going to put them back, which is, because we thought we did it before, I'm just going to undo it and put them back. That would be 427. So before we do that, we knew that was going to happen. Before we do that, we're going to go to 427, put the candlesticks back, and now it becomes 28. Okay, so we're back to 28, meaning we don't have the candlesticks. Don't have. Okay, so the candlesticks are in the dining room. We left them there. And now 42. That's to 53. Book A. Mason. So we're back to Mason, who we don't know what to do with. He's the guy with the knife. We have nothing else for him to do except to go into the dining room to check. So that's what we're going to do. So book A, that's the only thing for us to do here now that we're curious about, right? Okay, so let's go to book A. We're going to go to the dining room, which is 28. Dining room. Let's see what 28 says. We're going through this at a rapid clip because we kind of know what we're doing here. A large table and a half dozen upholstered chairs take up most of the room. As you walk around the room, you notice a deep notch in one of the legs, most likely caused by a sharp, heavy object of some time. On the west wall, an imposing mirror gives the impression that the room is even larger. Below it, on a tomb chest of drawers, you distinguish many trinkets. At the back of the room, a glass door opens into a magnificent backyard. So no candlesticks here. Leaving them didn't seem to do anything. And I just peeked at 27. It says the same thing. So no matter what we do with the candlesticks in the future, they stay there. What else? What else is in the world of Mason that is there anything we haven't visited? I mean, we have changed the study in the future. We went in the backyard already. We read the grimoire, that's how we loop. What about the kitchen? We changed the kitchen just now in Dexter's world. Let's visit it and see if it's any different here. Kitchen is clean, nicely laid out. On the floor under a table, there's a trap door which probably leads to the cellar. That's the same as before. When we read that, we go up to the landing. There's the 6, 7, and 8 bedrooms with the doll. In one of the bedrooms upstairs is the metal box with a curved lid someone tried to open with an axe or hammer unsuccessfully. Can we try the knife on that door? I mean, on that, surely it's not going to work. But the knife is 600, so that would be 607 if we tried to open that with the knife. No, there's no entry. I don't think we have anything to do with Mason. We have nothing. We have nothing that we've been waiting to do with Mason. So doll, metal box, brick passageway. We read the book. That's what brought us to loop. Right? Bedroom loops. Is there anything else? Jonathan is saying, yeah, because we're in the... This is the past, so leaving the candles for the future. Okay, so should we look where the shed should be? Could we bury the dagger? I thought about that. I think I tried that. I think I tried that in the right timeline, but let's try again. Backyard is 10. So if we go to 10, take a quick tour of the backyard. You take this opportunity to inspect the small pond apprehensively, but find only a few frogs. We tried planting the dagger in there. That's 610. That doesn't exist. So there is a locked box. I wonder if it makes sense to start writing like, this is Mason's time, right? Is it Mason or Mason? Now I see that it's Mason. Okay, so he's got a locked box in his timeline. There's a locked box. There's an Egyptian knife. There's a porcelain doll. And what's his study look like? Study's 29. You look at the wall where the door to the study should be. There's no such entry. Okay. And what was his kitchen look like? Kitchen is clean. There's a door to the cellar. The cellar goes upstairs. There's no pantry. Dining room looks the same. What about the sitting room? That's where we got the knife. Nothing interesting there. Vestibule is the same. So if we go upstairs via the cellar, we get disoriented, we come upstairs, we got the bedroom. So we've got the sound of a little girl with the porcelain doll. We've got the huge canopy with the mirror, the metal box, and the special passageway. If we go down the passageway, we see, let's read this, because this looks... I'm worried we're skipping the shed in 2 timelines. Okay, let's try it. Let's look up the shed in this timeline. There's no entry for the shed. No entry for the shed in Mason's timeline, early timeline. Now, if we go through the passageway, I want us to read this to understand this, because this seems like it's kind of interesting. Like, when we saw Dexter before, it was a clue to chopping down the door. Let's look at this one. We go down the darkness of the hallway, get a glimpse of a glow on our left. we see a metal door with a small aperture. Through it, you can see a little girl in a white dress from behind, standing in front of a window that opens to a vestibule. And it's dilapidated. In the vestibule, you think it is Agent Dexter and his men that are passing by again and again. You try calling the child, pounding on the door, and even try to force it in vain. Weary and desperate, you try to decide where the hallway leads. After a few minutes, you reach some sort of archway that opens to a spiral staircase 44 that goes into the depths of the earth. So now we go to 44. This is how we loop out of here. You descend the stairs, you get into the place with the grimoire, with the balconies. And now we can try reading the book here. We already tried stabbing it. That didn't help us. So we just read it. It goes to 53. No, sorry, it goes to 65. And 65 loops us to book B. Okay, so now we're in the future where Jonathan is going to get to see if his candlesticks are there. Let's make a card for each person about what's in their timeline that we don't know how to solve. Mason had the lockbox, the porcelain doll, the Egyptian knife, and passageway. Okay, Duncan's timeline. So the first thing we want to do is go to the dining room and see if the candlesticks are there, right? So 28. 28 says, in the middle of this cyclopean-sized banquet hall sits a huge table beautifully lit by hundreds of candlesticks. It is cluttered with heaps of fruit and hundreds of trays of strange meats that fill the air with heady scents. At the back, a door opens to the outside. And I can see that 28 and 27 are identical. So no matter what we do with the candlesticks in Dexter's timeline, it doesn't affect this timeline. So that's that. What are we missing in Duncan's timeline? We went into the study and immediately it kicked us back. So we really haven't explored this area too much more. So let's not go in the study and let's explore the rest of this house. The sitting room, the dining room didn't change. Moaning child, no stairs, locked door, we fixed that. There's a locked trap door in the kitchen. The flies. We don't have anything in this timeline. There was two ways to get to loop in this place. One was the study, which was weird, and the other one was blowing the whistle. Almost makes you think we missed something. But okay, so for Duncan, 28 dining room is same. I don't know if we did that one already. Let's go through the other rooms because I don't have a great feeling for Duncan's world. The kitchen is 24. Let's see what he's got there. That's the metallic smell. There's bodies of meat. There are flies. Are they flies? You can see a trap door with a padlock. Okay, so presumably that's still locked. No pantry. And just to confirm, no pantry entry. Okay, sitting room. You feel dizzy as you open the door to what should have been the sitting room. Oh, that's with the whistle. Okay, so 37 we've already seen, which is the sitting room balcony with the whistle. We know the whistle brings you into the loop. Which was 337, which I'll just confirm brings us to loop, okay? All right, so it's the sitting room, the dining room, the kitchen. How about the vestibule? We can go to the street. Did we ever go to the street from... Jonathan says, it feels like we need to get the dagger to the study with the inverted ankh. I agree with you. Let's think about it. In that study, it was the metal box which we grabbed, and our last hope was that it had something that would help us. We opened it, it was empty. So the thing is, we have to put the knife in the metal box and lock it, and what's there is going to survive. And we need to hide it maybe in the wherever. Okay, point is, how do we get the... There's a locked box in the timeline with the Egyptian thing, but we don't have it. Why? Because we don't have the key. But we've got the key in Dexter's time, which is the past. So what we have to do is hide the key. Hide the key. Hide the key for one of our for our future people. We've got the key. Where would we hide it? All right, we'll have to hide it when we're Dexter. Let's come back to that. Let me finish doing any extra places for Duncan and write down any things he's got to figure out. So Duncan has got... Okay, so in Duncan's timeline, 29... Let's reread it. I'm not going to visit it, but 29 was the place where the empty box is, which we hoped had something. There's a child. So that's Duncan's task to solve. All right, what else though? Should we go in the backyard for Duncan? What is there a backyard? This is the giant graveyard. Nothing else to do there. Did we try leaving to the street? Did we try leaving to the street as Duncan? Just loops here. What about upstairs? There's no upstairs for, let's see. There's no staircase. And if we're in the kitchen, there's nothing. So can Duncan not get upstairs? I guess not. I thought Dexter's time was the middle. Yes, Dexter's time is middle, yes. But maybe it cycles around. Okay, let's think about that for a second. we go in the study in the Sorcerer's time, and he's got a metal box which is empty. We've got to put the knife in that box. The person who has the knife is Mason, and he's got a locked box, but he doesn't have the key. We have to somehow get the key from Dexter's world. All right, well, let's... I feel like we're flailing around a little, but that's okay. We're going to catch our bearings in a moment. I can feel it. Duncan is going to go to the study where he encounters that kid. Well, let's read it properly now, since even though it sounds weird, like we're supposed to know something else, but... Okay, let's read it properly. The titanic arches reverberate the wails of the little boy crucified on an inverted ankh at the very end of this immense vaulted room. You walk, trembling, toward the small being whose tears of blood slowly flow before disappearing into the gash of his chest. Dozens of barbed hooks pull the skin apart, holding onto it like a pair of atrophied wings. At his feet, 9 candles surround an ebony chalice and light it strangely. In the center of the room is a small box with a dented lid. You open it full of hope, but it is empty. We clearly have to get something in that box in a different timeline. Summoning all your courage to shorten his suffering, you straighten up and point your weapon at the child with a mechanical gesture. As the pulp of your fingers slowly squeezes the trigger, your field of vision gradually narrows, invaded by the darkness of these premises. It is then that the sound of your weapon sweeps your soul away as you sink into oblivion. And now you go back to case 3. So that brings us back to Dexter. Okay. Dexter is the one where we have items to use. So we've got to use that candlestick in some way. We can't use a candlestick with the key, can we? Can we use the candlestick with the key by putting the candlestick back in the room and then using the key with that room? I wonder. Seems unlikely. All right, we're back to Dexter. This is the place. It's Dexter's timeline. There's something we have to do here. I can feel it. We know how to hop. All right, let's reread where that metal case is. It's in the kitchen, right? 24. It's in the kitchen, and it says it's just sitting there. You also note it's a trap door with a padlock. We don't know how to open it. You notice a small empty box with a dented lid. So where's my... I've got Duncan, I've got Dexter. These are things for Dexter. All right. Where else can we use the candles? We've got a key. Let's try using the keys with the candle. So the candlestick is still in the room. We're going to try using the key with it. So 228 would be using the keys with the candle. Doesn't have an entry. There's got to be a reason why we re-picked up that key. We've got to be able to hide it somewhere. What if we hide it in the study? What does the study look like to us now? The study looks like wood splinters. Search the room, you find nothing of interest. Let's try putting the key back in that room and what happens. 229 doesn't have an entry. Okay, we can't put it back. He's got a shed though. There's no point putting it in the shed. The shed doesn't exist, but the backyard does. But we tried that, right? No, we didn't try that. Let's try putting the key in the backyard. That would be 210. No, that doesn't exist. It doesn't open the trap door. Let me look at the upstairs rooms for Dexter. How about on top of the canopy of the bed? Heavy canopy are disintegrating. An old dressing table sports a broken mirror. I'm going to try putting the key up on the canopy. That would be 227. No, wait, what would it be? No, it can't be 227. It would be 207. Okay. I took the key. I tried to interact in the bedroom with the large canopy. The shreds of heavy canopy are still disintegrating around the bed, of which only the frame remains. Next to the window through which light struggles to pass, an old dressing table sports a broken mirror. You place the small key on the tray of the dressing table. The bedroom becomes 25. You can no longer use the key. I thought I was going to hide it on the canopy, but no, we put it on the dressing table. Is the clue there that it's because there's a mirror there? Okay, but regardless, the key is gone. That's a good sign. That's like the adventure game when it says when you use something up, you know it's gone. Because now the key is gone. And we've turned the bedroom into 25. That was room 7, where there was a locked box, now becomes 25. Wait. Yeah, 207 becomes 25. So let's write this down. We did 207, which was key with bedroom 7. Change to 25. So now the key, that Jonathan says this is probably it. We thought mirrors were important earlier, so maybe the mirrors are the big hint. All right, so I think we still have got the candlesticks to use as Dexter, I believe. I'm not sure what he can do with the candlesticks. I'm going to pick them up at least. I think leaving them there is not useful for us. So I'm going to pick them up, which makes the dining room 27. Now we've got the candlesticks. Let's look at the other bedrooms here, because it's suspicious that we have no use for them. The canopy bed. Let's try the candlesticks on the canopy bed. That would be 407. No. What about in the other bedroom, 406, if we try to use the candlesticks there? We're sort of wailing around now. No, nothing there. Okay. Maybe it's premature to try other things. We have accomplished the one thing. the bedroom. The key is there. Now, who do we want to have that key? I mean, we've only got one loop. I guess we'll just loop forward and check out the bedroom, and then loop and check out the bedroom. So we know how to loop here. We just go to a place, we go to the study and loop. We don't even have to do it. That brings us to booklet A, right? So booklet, Dexter, the mystery for Dexter is the candlesticks. Okay, so if we loop ahead to booklet A is Mason. His mystery, his things to figure out are the locked box, the Egyptian knife, the porcelain doll, and this weird passageway. So now we're going to go to Mason and we're going to go to the bedroom. Yeah? The new bedroom is 25. Let's see if he can find himself the key there. If he does... Okay, now we're talking. Here we go. Room 25. A heavy canopy frames the large bed that fills the center of the bedroom. Under the window, which lets the light pass through a delicate white veil, a dressing table sports a mirror adorned with a few jewels. On its tray is a small metal box whose curved lids lead you to believe that someone tried to open it with an axe or a hammer, unsuccessfully though. The lock is intact. Next to it is a key that you use to open the box. It contains a diamond with strange and indefinable shapes. The instant you take hold of it, the mirror starts sparkling. On the other side, you can see the vestibule and a tiny little girl reaching out to you. The diamond slips out of your hands and passes through the mirror. Dazzled, you look at the mirror, the box, your fingers, wondering if any of this really happened. So we proceeded into Hassan's world. We went to 25 bedroom. We opened the box, got diamond, passed it through the jewel encrusted mirror to the girl. Girl got key. Maybe she can move it around to a different timeline. Oh, she got the diamond. I don't know why she wants the diamond, but she got it. Okay, and then it says, update the plan. The bedroom becomes 32. And that lockbox is done. It says, if you wish to look for the diamond in another room, add 700 to its number. Presumably in another room with a mirror, right? And presumably in another timeline. Gregory Privet asked, how's it going? Well, we just gave the diamond to the girl through the mirror. We got stuck for a little bit. We've made a little bit of progress now. All right, so the 32 is probably just telling us that this bedroom, we've taken care of that mirror. I don't think there's any reason to think that we should go here in a different timeline. Now we've got to look for the diamond. And it's going to be in a different timeline. So either Dexter or Duncan's timeline. Now, which timeline needs... Let me go to our task lists. So Dexter, we still haven't figured out what to do with the candlestick, which feels like that might be put the dagger in this box. We do have Yes, now that we have the key and can open the box, yes, that's it. That's definitely it. All right. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so we have the knife in this timeline, and we're in this room. I thought we were done with this room. The room has changed, though. Now the room is 32. Let's just read what 32 says. It just describes the room. It does say on the tray is a small metal box. The box is empty. Okay, and we have the key. So now we're going to put the knife in the box. So 600 plus the room 32. This is 632. All right, here we go. Mason is trying to put the knife in the box. This is it. Okay, so 632. No entry. No, there is an entry. I should have left it there and see if Gregory freaked out. You place the knife in the small box. Update the plan. The bedroom becomes 36. Yes, yes, knife in box. Well, we knew we wanted to put the knife in that box. It just was a matter of getting it done. So she took the diamond, and I thought, we're done with the bedroom. Jonathan's like, before we leave the bedroom, why don't you put the knife in that box? Okay, very good. Okay, knife in box, exclamation point. Okay, so it says the bedroom becomes 36. And it says add 20 to the study's current number. The study becomes this new number. You can no longer use the knife. Well, I'm glad that we finished the knife. That's a weird thing to happen to the study. Okay, 20 to the study's new number. So the study becomes 49. Interesting. And the bedroom, which was 32, now becomes 36. So now for sure that study, well, yeah, the box is going to be down in the study, so we don't have to come back to the bedroom. But now when our last guy goes into that study, he's going to open that box and find the knife in there. We still haven't gotten the diamond, though, but I guess we should just hop to the next loop. So let's look at our task lists here. So Masan solved his locked box task, and he solved his Egyptian knife task. We didn't do anything with the porcelain doll. We haven't done anything with Dexter's candlesticks. Duncan is the one who's got an empty box with the child in the study. He's the one we just fixed his problem. So I guess we should leap over to Duncan and see how he solves that. Okay, so let's leap to Duncan. So we know from our leaping list here that I didn't write it down, but where is his leap point? Just for the record, it's in the his passageway. I forget where his passageway is. In the bedroom 8 goes to 16. Is that what Mason's? No. Where was where is it? Maybe it's the kitchen. I'm just trying to do this officially. Where do we normally leap with Mason? I've got Dexter's leap points. I've got Duncan's leap point. Where is Masan's leap point? It's in the passageway, but which passageway? Is it kitchen? Kitchen goes to the cellar, which is 5, but that's not... 5 goes to 7, 6, 7, 8. Brick-walled passage goes to 16. 16 goes to the spiral staircase. The spiral staircase goes to the leap point. Goes to read the book, which goes to the leap point. So it's a convoluted path, but it's 5 ... to 16 to 44, 16 to 44 to 65, 16 to 44 to 65, and 65 is our leap point. Okay, so that's Masan leaped onto next guy. Was that followable? Yeah, eventually it's a grimoire, but the details aren't important. We know each one has a leap point, and maybe even you could just go out to the street to leap. Okay, so now we're going to do Duncan, which we're going to go into that study, and he's going to have that knife to kill that little Christ baby. All right, so we're Duncan, and we're just going to walk right into the study. Are you ready? Oh, we need to take a break before we confront that horrific scene of the upside down altar baby with blood seeping into his wound, and we're going to use the knife on him. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. It's 4:40 a.m. or so, and we're making very good progress. We just sort of feels like we got the key clinch pieces finally in place, and we've transported this knife back in the Egyptian knife in the metal case, and now we're at the guy who's in the Sorcerer's time period, universe, reality. And we are now going to go back into the study with the Antichrist baby and kill him. And we were just talking in the chat, Jonathan and I, about the last piece of this puzzle. I don't know if the last piece or the next pieces. We were talking about how we still have to save the girl. She took that diamond from us and she's stuck in the mirror. And we're going to presumably search or a mirror for the diamond, and that's how we're going to rescue the girl, perhaps. And we were talking about where we would find her. Jonathan thinks maybe in the vestibule. That does make sense. That's where we saw the vision of her with them. And I was thinking, well, maybe we have to go down into the cellar with the candlesticks, so all that stuff. But we're in Duncan's timeline. This is book B. There's only 2 rooms that are different now. There's the bedroom where we put the knife in the box and lost the diamond, but probably we don't need to go back into the bedroom. Probably it's just the study, which has changed names. So that's what we're going to do now. 49 study. Here we go to confront that creature. Let's see what we see. Let's see if we're right that he is going to find the knife in the case when he opens it up. Okay. Here we go. Room 49. The titanic arches reverberate the wails of the little boy crucified on an inverted ankh at the very end of this immense vaulted room. You walk, trembling towards the small being whose tears of blood slowly flow before disappearing into the gash in his chest. Dozens of barbed hooks pull the skin apart, holding onto it like a pair of atrophied wings. At his feet, 9 candles surround an ebony chalice and light it strangely. You're about to point your gun at the child when you see a small box with a dented lid on the floor in the center of the room. You open it. Inside, a strange knife with barbed serpentine blade and engraved with Egyptian symbols. Methodically, you holster your gun and pick up the knife. In a split second, you find yourself facing the child. A moment later, you plunge the blade into his heart, gazing into his blind eyes. Warm blood flows to the rhythm of a Baroque choir, spilling erratically into the chalice, from which rises a thick and voluptuous blackness, palpable and sickening, utterly wiping out reality. No, not utterly. The arches keep echoing the child's wails. For eternity, maybe. You drop the knife and sink into the dark wreaths of smoke whose meanders seem to lead to a large underground room. 046. Whew. So we killed the Antichrist baby, and we have a new room. '46. But also update the plan. The study becomes 35 and room 30 becomes 30. Study becomes 35. Room 36 becomes 32. Not sure we have it. Oh, yes, we do. That's the bedroom. Okay, good. So it says study turns to 35. 36, which is our bedroom, becomes 32. And you have no choice but to proceed to room 46. That's only cool one. All right, so let's make our changes. The study becomes 35. The bedroom, which was 36 recently, becomes back to 32. It's odd. Okay, underground room 46. So let's just make a note here. Underground 046. And we have no choice but to proceed to 46. Okay, here we go, 46. You straighten up as you enter the tunnel. You soon adjust your jacket, pull on your shirt sleeves, raise your head, puff out your chest as you fix your tie. This is going into the grimoire again, but it's a different grimoire room. But it looks like this is probably where we loop. We remember this, all the balconies, hundreds of them overlooking us. We catch a sight of two of them, strangely familiar. Probably humanoid shapes seem to be watching you. I wonder if that's other versions of us. Is that what it is? Is that other versions of us watching us? If you try reading the book here, add 16. So let's do that. So we went to 46. This is Grimoire room. And then we try reading the book, which is 56, which is read the grimoire. Okay. So, sorry, add 16. It's not 56. I don't know why it doesn't just... If it's room 46, why doesn't it just tell you the room? 62. 46 plus 16 is 62. You are about to read, but an immense wave of loneliness sweeps through you. You scrutinize the other balconies for a moment, but the humanoid shapes that occupy them remain motionless. You lower your head and close your eyes. Go to case 3 briefing. Okay. So this is loop to base book. And this was Duncan. He used to loop by going to the study. Now he loops by going to the same thing. It's 46. All right, so now we're back with Dexter again. Okay, so there's very little tasks that we've set ourselves, though. It's the candlestick. The candlestick. Dexter needs a key to the trap door. Padlock. Which we haven't seen. And then someone has the diamond. It almost makes you think that we should be doing the diamond in each timeline. Looking for a timeline. So we've got the candlesticks mystery we have to figure out. the how to open the padlock on the kitchen trap door and how to get the diamond. And then there's also the porcelain doll, which there might be something to do. That's in a different timeline though. And if you'll remember, I should have written this down more clearly, but we can look for the diamond by adding 700. So in any timeline, we can look for a diamond by adding 700. We think we probably have to do that at a mirror or by the painting. Since we are with Dexter now, we should probably do that at the vestibule and the other places where there are mirrors, yeah? So how about we get out our base booklet here. Let's have Dexter look to try to find the diamond in the mirrors and the portraits. So if he goes to the vestibule, did something turn the vestibule recently to 20? Okay, I'm a little bit confused because 20 now says that we can pick up the axe. As you walk into the vestibule, you feel as though someone outside your field of vision is watching you. You pivot, you draw your weapon, smash a door. On the ground, among the wood splinters, is an axe. If you take the axe, the vestibule becomes 21. If you want to use it in another room, add 100. I thought we finished with the vestibule and the axe. So, all right, I can't remember if we've done that. Well, worst case scenario, we'll just have the axe and nothing to do with it. But we're going to take the axe. Okay, and it turns to 21. All right. There's no harm that's going to come from turning this to 21, from taking an axe again if we shouldn't have it. All right, now let's 21 20. Okay, now I'm going to read 21. As you walk into the vestibule, you feel someone's watching you. Distorted, barely noticeable reflection in a large de-silvered mirror. And then there's a broken study. So let's try. Oh, you want to try smashing the mirror? Or shall we look for the diamond? But now that we have axes, maybe we should smash mirrors after we... Jonathan thinks, I think now you can smash mirrors. I want to look for the diamond first. That would be 721. 721. A bright sparkle catches your eye. Without quite knowing why, you grab the stone. A diamond? Strangely cut at the base of the mirror. You outstretch your hand to the mirror and, with a strange screeching, you trace a large circle on the polished surface. A dazzling purple light floods the vestibule, forcing you to shield your eyes. When it disperses, the mirror is still there, but at your feet now lies a child prostrate who fits Alice Fernier's description. When you leave the house, add 500 to take the child with you. Update the plan. The vestibule becomes 43, hallway 16 becomes 45, If the sitting room is 3, it becomes 4. Otherwise, it becomes 48. Whew. Okay, so we found. Okay, we found the. Let's be careful here. Where's my stuff? All right, this is a little tricky here. So we went to 721, which was find diamond in vestibule. Jonathan says, I think you can smash the mirror. Never mind. Glad we did not smash the mirror. I don't know if it would have let us smash the mirror or if we could have found her in every mirror. Okay, so but let's read this and understand it. So it says, when you leave the house, add 500 to take child. Now, it says you find a child who fits Alice Vernier's description. Is it Alice? I'd like to be a little more sure before I take this creature out of this house. Okay, so that's the first thing. But now the second thing is it says, period, update the plan. So I'm assuming we have to update the plan now regardless. Okay, the vestibule becomes 43. Okay. Hallway 16. Hallway 16. Kind of block some of this stuff here. Hallway 16. Where is hallway 16? Okay, so here, sorry, you weren't even looking at this. Hallway 16 is this passage out of the bedroom. So hallway 16 now becomes 45. Very interesting. So this says vestibule becomes 43. Hallway 16 becomes 45. And if the sitting room is 3, which it isn't, it's 37, it becomes 47. Otherwise, it becomes 48. It goes from 37 to 48. So let's think about that for a second. Could we have done this? Could we have found the diamond? So you could have found the diamond and not done the knife thing yet. So that's what would have changed this differently, I guess. All right. So we found Alice. Probably. John says, now we should see something different in the aperture in that hallway. Yes. Maybe candlestick time? I mean, we need to use those candlesticks. We've saved Alice. It seems like we can try to leave now with Alice. We could try to leave right now with Alice. But we haven't done the thing with the candlestick yet, and I'm not 100% sure this is Alice. And I don't want to take this monster out. What if that little baby is just the sorcerer pretending to be Alice? So I think we got to finish up. What are our tasks? We found the diamond, although we could keep looking for diamonds, but I feel like that's the diamond. We have an axe we haven't used yet. Let's try using the axe on the vestibule now. Let's check out the vestibule and then maybe break the mirror so the sorcerer can't come out. So 43 is vestibule. Let's see how that looks different now. If at all. As you enter the vestibule, you cannot help but notice a smashed door leading to the study. Other doors and a staircase provide access to the rest of the house. Okay, so that's just nothing new. Now, what if we try to use the axe there? That would be 143. No entry for 143. I'm not 100% sure we should have that axe, but it sure seems like we got it back. Did we try? We tried the axe on the trapdoor padlock. So the sitting room, let's see, what changed here? The vestibule changed, the hallway changed. I guess that's where we should go. And the sitting room changed. I wonder if we should go into the sitting room. I think we might see something different in the painting of the sitting room. So let's try going to 48. Okay, here's the sitting room. Old sheets cover the two armchairs, the sofa, and the few insignificant furniture pieces that struggle to fill the room, which seems somehow smaller than it should be. Is the strong smell of mold going to your head and whose spores cause some sort of mild hallucinogenic effect? Either way, you begin to feel as though the walls are swelling in an attempt to crush you. You press your handkerchief against your face. An opaque glass door opens to the dining room, 9, and another door into the vestibule. To the right of the latter, the only decoration of the room is rather odd, a painting depicting an old woman wearing an undersized white dress looking through the window into the log cabin. You realize the window looks into a vestibule identical to that of the house, but in much better condition. So that looks the same. At least in this timeline it does. I'm going to look up 748 as if we looked for the diamond in that painting, because that was the other thing I was going to do if it didn't work in the mirror. 748 doesn't have an entry, so there's not that. All right, should we go to the passageway now? Yes, let's go to the passageway, because I don't think... just to clarify, we have the candlestick, right? I'm just going to go make sure we picked it up. Yes, we have the candlestick. And what about the kitchen? Let's just read 24 again and make sure it still says it's padlocked and we can't get in it. Partially hidden is a trapdoor secure with a large padlock. It's an empty box with a dented lid. I'm going to do 124. I'm going to try to break open the padlock again, even though we tried that before. Yeah, there's not even an entry for it. I don't even think we're supposed to have that axe, to be 100% honest. I don't know if that's a mistake on my part. It said we don't need the axe anymore, so I feel like either that's a bug or a mistake in my part, probably more likely. There's also the shed... and the backyard. The shed hasn't changed. The pantry is in Dexter's timeline. Let's remind ourselves what the pantry says. There's the tunnel to the underground room. That's the one that loops us. Okay, let's go upstairs to 678. I don't think the passageway isn't in this timeline. No, 678 is not in this timeline. So it's the other timeline that it's got the passageway. The study changed. Yeah, I guess we haven't gone into the study. 35. I don't know if it's changed in this time. You pull yourself together, search the room, but find nothing of interest. Yeah, I don't think this. I guess the study changed. Did it? I guess it just changed. No, the vestibule, the hallway, and the sitting room changed. Those are the two things that changed when we found the diamond. All right, so now we need to go into the time loop and go to where that passageway is. So we go into the pantry. Then we go into the underground room, 42. And then we read the book and go to 53. And then we loop. Okay, so now we're looped. We're looped with Masan. Masan is the one with the porcelain doll and the passageway. So now it's time to go to the passageway and see what's different. So Masan goes, how does he get to the upstairs? He goes to the cellar. It takes him upstairs. Then he has access to the 6, 7, and 8 rooms. When he goes to the 8 room, he goes to the passageway, which is 16, which is now 45. So it's 5 to 8 to passageway, which is 16, which is now 45. That's a little tricky to remember. So 45, now we're reading passageway. Okay, here we go. New passageway. Don't look. You walk through the darkness of the hallway, which your lamp seems unable to chase away. You finally get a glimpse of a glow. Can we put the candlestick in the metal box? And send it that way? Let's see if we need it. You finally get a glimpse of a glow on your left and step up the pace. You soon discover in the left wall a metal door with a small aperture. Through it you can see a small room with a window opening onto a vestibule similar to that of the Sorcerer's house, but terribly dilapidated in the vestibule. You think it's Agent Dexter and his men that are passing by again and again. You try calling, pounding on the door, and even try to force it in vain. Weary and desperate, you decide to see where the hallway leads. After a few minutes, you reach an arch that opens into a staircase. So she's not in the aperture anymore. That means we did get Alice. We did find Alice. So since she's not, we don't see her again. We know we have Alice. Okay, so this leads to 44 staircase. And then 44, we know that's the loop. So we can loop out of this one. Jonathan says, I wonder if we're supposed to leave with the girl. We did rescue her, but what about the candlestick stuff? What else are we missing? And the padlock to the cellar. Surely we can't leave without that. Let's see if we can put the candlestick into the metal box. Although it's the padlock we have to open up. How do we open the padlock? All right, we can now know how to leap around, so we can just leap to anyone. But let's go check out these new changed rooms. The sitting room changed. But that's just... Do you think we have to use the diamond on her in each timeline? Or just in Dexter's timeline? I feel like we should be maybe leaving with the girls a false ending. Yeah, so I guess you could say there's two questions here. Are we done? Are we supposed to just go to the end and solve it, leave the house with the girl, and we're done? Is leaving the house with the girl a false ending, which will then open up some other stuff we have to solve? Or should we not be trying to leave yet until we're really ready to leave? I feel like that candlestick padlock, I think just in Dexter's, it seemed the aperture pointed us towards Dexter's vestibule. So you're thinking like we can get Dexter out and then we still have to find ways to get the others out? That's a very interesting theory. Let's read. What did it say? We found the vestibule. It says, when you leave, add 500 to take the child. So I guess only Dexter's timeline can leave with the girl. Maybe he's done, but he's the one with the candlesticks. I have a question. Let's loop back around for a second. And I'm going to go back to Dexter. He's in the base. We know we can loop however we want. So I'm going to loop back around to Dexter. The kitchen is 24, right? Okay, 24 says small empty box with dented lid. So we have the key, we have the box, we have the candlesticks. So what happens if we try to use the candlestick in the kitchen? That would be 423. Can we put the candlestick in that box? No. Wait, yeah, sorry. Kitchen is 24, 424. Oh, you look at the trapdoor, then the candlestick, then the trapdoor again, one last time at the candlestick before wondering what the hell was going through your mind. We tried that before. Let's try to leave with the girl as Dexter. Okay, let's try. Let's see what happens. So I want to read the instructions. I mean, I do want to use that candlestick to get into the cellar. Okay, so if we read 721, we got the girl. It said, when you leave the house, add 500 to take the child. When you leave the house. If we go to 14, that would be leaving us the house. So if we go to 514, let's see what happens. We go to 514, it says, proceed to the briefing booklet of A. So nothing happens. We just... That's a little confusing. So if we read 514 in the base booklet, it just says the normal thing. Go to the briefing section of booklet A. So the same thing as if you leave in any other way. I think we have to save Alice in each timeline. And then we have to save her in the last timeline to win. That feels like it. Dexter still has the candlestick. We've got to solve the candlestick and the padlock. Mason is A, and Duncan is booklet B. We've saved the girl in Dexter's world. I'm not sure we have to save her in each world, but it's certainly possible. Duncan. There's a porcelain girl, and we've changed the bedrooms a bit. I'm trying to remember where the doll is. Let's go with Duncan. Sorry, Mason, to this bedroom here. So if we go with Mason, he goes down and then he can get to the bedrooms. But the bedrooms are now 6 and 32. A heavy canopy. On its tray is a small metal box whose curved lid is wide open. The box is empty. So that doesn't help us. I don't have... I have the porcelain doll. He's got the passageway. Where's his porcelain doll? Oh, that was 6. 6 is, on the small bed, you find a sad-looking porcelain doll that watches you in silence. Is there anything for him to do? Then there was a passageway. We banged on the door. We couldn't get anyone's attention. But we can see through it. I feel like that might just be to look at. Do we have the key anymore in Dexter's world? I believe we still have the key. I believe we still have the key. How did we send the key? We can't put the key in the box. Oh yes, we did. We put the key in the tray. You're very right. You're very right. It's Mason that has the key. Because we sent him the... Is it... Yes, Mason has the key. Mason has the key. Mason has the key. We sent it to them on the tray. So if we go to Mason in his key, he unlocked the... We sent Mason the key. He put the Egyptian knife in the box and locked it while up in the bedroom. So is it the bedroom where the box is? On the tray is a small metal box whose curved lid is wide open. The box is empty. So you can't take the box anymore. We could try to use the key on it. I'm not sure why that would help us. That would be 232. No entry for that. So we've got a key, but we think the key is done. We've used it for what we need to use it. Mason used the key. He still has it. I do think Mason still has it, but Mason doesn't need it. Let's think about that cellar padlock door. How do we open it for our guy Dexter? In Mason's timeline, the kitchen, on the floor under a table, there's a trap door, which leads to the cellar. But Masan doesn't have anything interesting. What about that porcelain doll? Surely there's some use for that, right? Did we try using the porcelain doll with the key? That would be 206. No. What is there for Masan to do? I mean, he couldn't look for the mirror, right? We haven't tried that. So if we send Masan down to the vestibule with everyone else, 43. Let's try searching for the diamond in the vestibule. That would be 743. Nope, no entry for Masan. He can't even try to do that. I don't think... I wonder if I'm wrong about other people trying to... The other thing we could be... Jonathan says, I'm not sure we can open the trapdoor in Dexter's timeline because those stairs magically lead to the landing. You could be right or you could be wrong. They could lead to the landing only in the world where they don't, where it's fake, where it happens, but not in the other world. But I'm not sure. But it does feel like there has to be a use for those candlesticks. You have to agree with me there. Here's the other thing. It said to leave the child, go to 500 plus, leaving the house. Are we supposed to go to 500 plus in other books without doing anything more? Like, was that enough information to tell us we were supposed to go to add 500 to the other books? Like, even right now without finding her again? Doesn't matter. They all loop. They all loop when you go to 514. So there's something else we're missing. And it's got to be involving the candlestick. Which means it has to be something for Dexter to do. It's probably that padlock. Masan has the doll. Let's look at... has anything changed for our wizard guy? I mean, our guy in the wizard world? What scares me is how easy it would be to make some mistake. Is Gregory Privat still around? It might be nice for him to tell us that we haven't made a mistake. Sad-looking porcelain doll. Is the doll in the world where we can use the axe on it? Candlestick. Let's go reread the candlestick statement. It says, on the west wall, a large mirror burnished by time. An old bronze candlestick makes you realize the absence of trinkets. Maybe we want to light the fire Light this place on fire. Does it even tell us that it's lit? Do we have to light it? An old bronze candlestick. Where do we light the candlestick? Where is there a fire? We go to 30. We find the rake, but nothing to do with the rake. Gregory Pravat, if you are awake, you can see an old shed, which we've changed the name of. If Gregory Pravat is here, we don't want a hint. We just want to know that we haven't broken anything or made a terrible mistake that would cause things to break. What about this underground room, 46? Whose world was that? 46 was the Grimoire room. From the last person. Reading the book adds 16. That was to 62. That was the jump. Well, let's look. Let's think. On our tasks lists, Duncan, the person in the third universe, reality, we have nothing on his task list. He killed the Antichrist baby. What was the consequence of him killing what was the consequence of him killing the baby? What happened? It opened up the underground room. But that just made us leap. Isn't that weird? Then it turned the study to 35 and the bedroom to 32. Have we checked? I wonder if we've properly checked 35 for every room. Underground tunnel, 46. That just lets us sleep. Then if we go to 35 in this booklet, wood splinters now litter the room's floor. Let's try lighting them on fire with the candlestick. 35 plus candlestick would be 435. No. And then 35 with Masan. He goes into the new. There's no study for him. It's a candlestick. Let's think about it. It doesn't say it's lit. It doesn't say it's burning. It just says candlestick. We tried putting it in the metal box. It won't let us do that. It's wax. It's potential fire for when it's dark. Let me just try using it with some of these other rooms. So in Dexter's world, if we go to the bedrooms, okay, that's not Dexter's world. Here's Dexter's world. All right, if we try in bedroom 8, it's not there. Bedroom 6, it's not there. Bedroom 32, it's not there. Does he have access to the passageways? I don't think he does. Let's see. The sitting room. No. The dining room is putting it back. The kitchen is the one that laughed at us. The pantry, the study, the backyard, the shed. We go to 42. I wonder if it's that where I'm jumping ahead. If we go to 42, the balcony, if we want to read it, we do that. That doesn't work. The vestibule. Question, what is the study now like in the wizard's time? Okay, let's see. The study has become 35. A whirlwind of darkness, liquid shadow that defies the laws of nature. It curves from intangible arabesques through which you sporadically detect some sort of tunnel passage leading to a large underground room. You feel if you step into the ungodly mass, you have no other choice but to sink into the tunnel. You tremble with fear as a feeling of excitement overwhelms you. And then when you go in that, it says, you straighten up, you do your suit, and you see the balconies, and if you want to read the grimoire, you read it, and that just bounces you to the next loop. Let's read about rescuing the kid again. It almost felt like something should be different about that. Okay, let's read this again. We found the girl in Dexter's world. A dazzling purple light floods the vestibule, forcing you to shield your eyes. When it disperses, the mirror is still there. At feet is now a child who fits Alice's description. When you leave the house, add 500 to take the child with you. Update the plan. The vestibule becomes 43. The hallway 16 becomes 45. The sitting room is 3. It becomes 47. Otherwise, it becomes 48. We did all that. Then we went to the passageway. The passageway in someone's book. I guess it was this guy's book. So the passageway that's changed. So let's look at it because he can do something before he goes to his staircase. You see a small room. Agent Dexter. You try calling. You just try to decide to see where the hallway ends. So we haven't figured out what to get out. Let's read what rooms changed when we finished the Ankh puzzle and made sure we visit the updated rooms in all timelines. I think I just did that, but let's do it again. The Ankh, maybe that's different from I did when we did the child. When we got the diamond. That was after the Ankh. No, was that after the Ankh or? Okay, we killed the underground baby. That's 49. Okay, let's read that. 49 in the wizard's world. You holster your gun, you get the knife, you stab him with the knife. You drop the knife, and you're... Okay, the study becomes 35. We did that. Room 36 becomes 32. That was our bedroom. Just went back in time. You have no choice but to proceed to 46, and 46 is the one that loops you out. We haven't done anything in the bedroom with the doll, Jonathan. The bedroom with the doll, we have done nothing. It's almost as if there's something we're supposed to do there. In Dexter's world, it says, only the bedside suggests a child once slept there. And in Massan's timeline, it's not even there. Yeah, in Massan's timeline, he sees the doll. Did we try to chop up the doll? That didn't work. Did we try to burn the doll? That doesn't work. Did we try to look for the diamond in the doll? That doesn't work. We don't know how to escape. We don't know how to escape. That's what it is. I know we read it a couple times, but it says to just add 500. When we try to leave, we can't add 500 to take Alice to rooms in the house, right? Well, let's read it again. So we've saved Alice. 721. Let's read what it says. It's Dexter's world. Okay, what does it say? Spark catches your eye, a diamond strangely cut at the base of the mirror. Trace a large circle. A dazzling purple light floods the vestibule, forcing you to shield your eyes. When it disperses, the mirror is still there, but at your feet now lies a child who fits Alice Fernier's description. When you leave the house, add 500 to take the child with you. Is it possible we're supposed to add 500 to the things that make us read the briefing? No. It's only if you leave the house to go to 14. And you see, it's got an entry for it. Room 514. Go to the booklet of A. And if you do it on 5, if you do it in the other booklet, it loops you. Each of them loops you. We have to find a way to get out. It's surely going to be through a mirror, right? I gotta say, I'm looking, and they all have little ending thing. Each booklet has a little ending entries. So we're missing something. All right, let's take a normal 8-minute break. We'll come back and we will continue. Welcome back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're 7 hours in. We've rescued the girl, but we're stuck in this house. So I think what we'll do is I'm going to take booklet A and I'm going to start looking at our rooms and see if there are mirrors to look at. So, and then we're going to keep a list of where we find mirrors. So in the sitting room, no mirror. And if we try to look for a mirror in this, there's no looking for mirrors in booklet A. So that's kind of useful to know. So maybe I'll put this booklet away. All right, how about booklet B? Is there any looking for mirrors in booklet B? No. So in fact, only in Dexter's world can you look for mirrors. So let's look at these rooms here. So let's start with the vestibule, 743. We'll just go through this quickly. 43 is a mirror. We already looked and saved her there. What happens if we try to look for her again? Nothing. Okay. So 743 vestibule doesn't say any mirror. I'm just going to say this is Dexter mirrors. Okay. The sitting room for Dexter says it's the mold. Anything we can do with that mold in the sitting room? We do the handkerchief. We see the painting. Okay, if we try to look for the diamond there, I think I tried this because this was the place I was looking for. There's nothing. All right, and if we try to take the axe to that place, assuming we had the axe to use, it's nothing. All right, dining room 27. Dining room 27. Okay. There is a mirror there. If we try to look for a diamond in that mirror, there's no entry. Okay. But dining room has a mirror. Just going to put it down. Okay. Kitchen 24. Trap door, empty box. There's no looking for diamond there. Pantry is a passageway underground, 42. There's no looking for mirror there, or in 42. The study is 35. Dust. Can't notice anything. And there's no searching for mirror there. If we go outside in the backyard, it's brambles. It's now dark. Cold stars light up. We can see a shed. We already tried using the candlestick on there, right? That would be 410. There's no entry for that. And there's no entry for searching for diamonds in the backyard. If we go to the shed, there's no mirror, there's a rake, and there's no searching there. So I see nothing there. Oh, there's 5, the landing, and the bedrooms. Okay, upstairs. Landing, can't search for anything. Okay, we go upstairs, we get the bedrooms, which are labeled bedroom 8. You dare not enter this room as 4 is about to collapse. Oh no, we could try smashing it down. That would be 108. No. There's the middle bed. Could try smashing that down. No. Or searching for diamonds. No. And then there's 32. The shreds of the canopy. Oh, that's weird. The shreds of the heavy canopy, there's a key. If you take this key, it becomes 38. So we're taking this key. I feel like this might be another cycle that's not supposed to happen this way. I'm not sure. But let me just make a note here. This is Dexter. We're in a new book here. Dexter in 32, take key, go to 38. So he left the key for the other guy who used it, but now he can take it back again. Now why does he need the key? Can he use it again for something else? Okay, so now it's turned into 38. Which just means he's got the key. So now Dexter has a key. Which seems weird to me, but okay. If you wish to add this key, you add 200. It's still adding 200. And that's it for our Jonathan says burn the mold away with the candles. Okay, so 400 in the sitting room would be 448. There's no entry in there, and he's the only one who's got the candles. I've looked at all the 400s. I've peeked at all the 400s, which is use the candlestick. I'm a little confused. I'm a little confused. I'm a little confused because I'm looking and peeking at the 400s and they don't seem to do anything, but I do see something. We've got the dining room as 27. But did we chop down the dining room table? The dining room collapses. And then it turns to 28. Fine, that's what we did. And then when it's 28, Jonathan is saying, we did chop it down. Yeah, it said say, if we chop it down, it says turn it into 128. You take the candlestick, go to 427, return it to go to 28. It's just strange because the only candlestick entry I see is for 426. And 126 is if you smash it. I think from what I can see, the leg that reappears as a bug, no impact on the resolution. Remember eating, hydrating, and sleeping. All right, Jonathan, no more, Jonathan. No hints. I mean, Gregory. It doesn't look like from peeking that the candlesticks do anything. I mean, I think it feels like we've gone to all the candlestick stuff. Is there any actions that we didn't write down? It's the axe, the looking for the diamond, the key, the candlestick, the porcelain doll. We've got the key again. If we try to use the key on the... Let's see, if we go back to Dexter, we look in the kitchen. Is the box. If we use the key again with the box, the key is $200. So 224 would be using that again. This is not a key to the trapdoor. Did the whistle room change at some point in the wizard's timeline? That is interesting. I don't believe it did, but let's take a look at that. Where was the whistle? Where was the whistle? Do I have to find it? Jonathan, do you remember where the whistle was? Let's see if Jonathan can remember where the whistle was. Oh, whistle in the sitting room, 336. Ah, the sitting room has changed. The sitting room has changed. Okay, Jonathan. So 337 was blow the whistle. So now we're going to take the wizard on the wizard's timeline. And we're going to go to 48. Okay, Jonathan may have figured it out, the whistle. All right, let's see. Here we go. So we're on Duncan's timeline. We went to 048. It's either going to loop us or it's going to be it. So let's see. It's a very good guess, though. You feel dizzy as you open the door to what should have been a sitting room. You cautiously enter the narrow balcony, which lines a cliff. If this doesn't work, then maybe we should look for other change locations that used to loop us. Like reading the books and stuff. Maybe I've been jumping to conclusions about that. It partly reflects the starry chasm you do not dare gaze into, a dark immensity of a stellar void dotted with dying stars. From the middle of the balcony, just some sort of diving board overlooking the endless night. At the end is a small stele on which lies a strange whistle. Maybe a flute connected to the black stone by a silver chain. You hesitate to step forward when you realize that a tall, thin, ink-black, bald, and beardless man, wearing a heavy, shapeless black robe, is standing at the other side of the balcony. The man gives you a menacing smile and seems to slip through another entryway that should have led to the dining room. If you wish to use the whistle, add 300 of this room. Okay, so this is going to be a new location that we haven't been to, but now whether it's a repeat of a loop or if because we stole the kid, he's going to be mad at us and take us to some other place. So 348. I'm a little scared now. Are we going to go to the sorcerer's lair now? Okay, here we go. 348. You tread the narrow diving board with an uneasy, staggering step, reluctant to lay your hand on the smooth stone stele whose sickening veins seem to pulsate. You slowly bring the whistle to your lips and blow without producing any sound. Some stars begin to throb strangely, enlarging as they draw closer. Soon they take shape, and you understand that it is the dull light of other stars that reflects off the interlacing fibrous wings and spongy carapaces that constitute the bulk of these strange stellar wasps. As two of them float according to a complex elliptical path above you, the third comes to the end of the diving board and with a silent buzz and slowly arches. Without thinking, you climb on the repulsive mound. You soon lose sight of the balcony and the huge cliff as you glide at an incredible speed toward the depths of space. Proceed to the briefing section of Case 3. When returning to a booklet you've already visited, you collected items are available. Do not modify the numbers. So that just looped us. It didn't change anything, but I do think we need to check the places where we loop. The places where we read the grimoire and make sure that nothing has changed there. So for the sorcerer, there was the sitting room was a way to loop out. But was there also, where's my list of loops? So that's the sorcerer's way to loop out. Was there another way for him to loop out? A reading of the grimoire? I'm trying to remember now. If he had a passageway. If he had a passageway out. The underground room, 46. So 46 is a balcony. Add 16 to the number of this room, which is 62. 62 is loop again. So in book B, which is Duncan, unless we were supposed to modify the study, and I didn't, we've got the sitting room loops us, and then 35 to 46 loops us. Those are two loops from Duncan that don't escape us from the building. Now, if we go to Mason, how does he loop out? He normally loops out by going to 16, but 16 passageway changed and became 45. So if we go to him, we see the agent, and then we go to spiral staircase, so we still go to 44. Add 21, that becomes 65, and that loops us. So my son goes 16, which is 45, to 44 to loop. Okay. Dexter, how does he loop? Dexter says in the pantry, pantry's 23. He goes to the underground room, which is 42. 42 says add 11, which is 53, which is loop. So Dexter goes 23 to the pantry, to 42, to 53, to loop. So all of our people, nothing has changed in their loop unless I forgot to write something down, which at this point seems certainly possible. What are we forgetting? So the candle is plus 400. So if I look in our real timeline, I feel like here's something that's kind of important. If we look at the timeline about the candlesticks, if I look at 426, 427, when you put it back, it says you can no longer use the candlestick. Okay, so when we read the thing that says you can no longer use the axe, I feel like we thought it was a bug when we got the axe. Now I'm not so sure. So now I think we should think about using that axe again, maybe on the grimoire or in other places. I think we could have gotten the axe again, possibly. Maybe that wasn't a bug. Same with the key. So let's see for a second. 42 is a room that says, do you want to read it? Okay. If we try to take the axe to that, that would be 142. We tried that once before. That didn't work. And that's the only place for him. Is there anything else? There's that padlock. Okay, Jonathan says, can we look if there's any way to use candles in any of the other places? I don't believe there is. There's not in A, and there's not in B. So there's no way to send the candles anywhere, and it doesn't look like the candles are of any use. I think we've played out the candles. And similarly, at this point, I feel like I was just looking up the looking for diamonds. I see multiple diamonds. Did the game give us the key back to unlock the box in the pantry if we had not done that first? I'm not sure, but we've got an empty box. When we try to use the key on the empty box, it doesn't help. I feel like we spent a lot of time with Dexter, but maybe not so much time with Mason. He's the one with the that used the Egyptian key. Let's send him back up to this bedroom. 38. The open jewelry box. The 6 is the girl with the porcelain doll. But he doesn't have anything. Room 8 is the passage that's turned into 45. We see through the portal Agent Dexter. Let's think. It's been a while since we played one of these games where we really got stuck for a while and just sat here. It's not necessarily a bad thing. I feel like I've got some more energy and time to sit here for an hour or so. It feels like we just got to get out of this house. Something's very odd about how we leave the door and it just tells us recycle. Like, why doesn't it? Shouldn't something happen if we try to leave? Why do we leave? It's weird when you try to go to the street. It just says proceed immediately to the briefing section. One thing that's a little confusing is I see a whole bunch of 500 entries, but that has to mean there are ways to get out. That's kind of weird. do you think... Let me just look at something. You enter the tunnel and we go to that room. So, Jonathan, here's a... So here's a thing to think about. I can see there are a bunch of 500 entries, right? It says when you're ready, when you leave the building, add 500. We go to the street, we add 500, we get 514. It just tells us to go back in. But what I noticed is that if, for example, we look at these ways to loop out, right? There's one that loops out at 46 in the underground. One that loops out at 44, that's Mason. He loops out by going to 44. We descend the stairs, we put on our jacket, we're at the balcony. If you want to try reading the book, add 21. But it looks, I see now an entry for that, a 500 entry for that. In other words, there are a lot of 500 entries. I'm thinking, like, is there a 500 entry for each of these loop places? Let me see. This is Mason. So he can loop out at 44, but there's a 544. So, and if we look at Dexter, he can loop out at 53 to read. But there's a 553. There's a 5 everything. So I think what's happening here, Duncan can leave twice. He can go 35 to 46. 35 to 46, and then 46 we read the book, but there's also a 546. There's 5 other things too. There's a whole bunch of 5s. So I'm thinking now that the game is ready to let us leave from any place we choose, is what I think. Let me see if there's a 543 if we want to leave from the vestibule. No, there's no 543 from the vestibule. What about from the backyard? That would be 510. No. How about from the tunnel? Yes. So let's read the thing about adding 500. I'm starting to think we can choose to leave from any of these locations. But when we go to the street, we don't. That's very strange. Let's read the thing that did the plus 500 again, though. Maybe we misread that. We save the girl. Okay, 721. We found the diamond as Dexter. 721. Let's read this together. Bright sparkle catches your eye. Without quite knowing why, you grab the stone, a diamond, strangely cut at the base of the mirror. You stretch your hand to the mirror with a strange screeching. You trace a large circle on the surface. Purple light floods the vestibule. You shield your eyes. The mirror is still there. At your feet is a child. When you leave the house, add 500 to take the child with you. When you leave the house, add 500 to take the child with you. Let's read these briefings. Maybe we missed briefing. Maybe we skipped over something here. If you're not out in 10 minutes, they'll storm in. If you run out of leads, leave the house. It's very confusing because there's 500s for all these different rooms. Is Gregory Pravat still in the channel? Can you just, if so, can you let us know if we've read if we've used the diamond and it says when we leave the house add 500? Is there something, are we going to do something that tells us you can now leave the house? Or do we just now pick any place to leave the house from, any of these 500s? There's 500s in all these different books. They look like different ways to leave the house. Are we supposed to read something else that tells us? It feels like we should be reading something that tells us how to pick a place to leave from, and we haven't. John says, maybe peek and see if there are a lot of entries for some modifier we have not had yet, like an 800. There's lots of 500s. Looks like there's only there's some 99, there's some high numbers, there's a bunch of 500s in each book. Okay, to Jonathan's suggestion, Jonathan says, look if there are any other modifiers. Oh, the axe. I was saying it looks like we could have the axe. So I believe we have the axe again. Like my theory of saying you don't have the axe anymore was wrong. We were to pick up the axe. So if I had to guess of anything, I would guess maybe there's an axe we can use. So it's Dexter would have the axe. Let's see if he's got a... I do see something for an axe that looks interesting. Not that we have access to. So I do see one axe. These people don't have axes, right? I don't see any other I don't see any other. Well, there's one other modifier. I see some. Where are our tools? I don't see any major modifiers that we might have missed. Maybe one or two though. Well, let's not panic. Let's sit here and think for a little bit. So one possibility is we could just leave. I don't think I see that, Jonathan, but I do see some numbers. There's a couple 300s, there's a couple other stuff so I can't be sure. Let's look at our notes. There's the mold, but we already looked at the peak that the candles seem to have no other use. And it's certainly no candles in any other timeline, so we don't have to send the candle anywhere. So from what I can see, no candle use. I really wonder if there's something that we got wrong. But let's make our list of questions. We haven't tried to break mirrors. If we do have an axe again, maybe there are other things we can do with our axe. There are new rooms. Like if I try to use the axe on our new rooms, it would be 148. Nothing there. 143 to smash down the door, no. 135, the new study, no. 130, no, okay. So we've got a question mark for axe. We got the porcelain doll. There has to be something with the porcelain doll, no? Candlestick. Padlock to the cellar. It's possible that there's no. What rooms are modified by candles? The only ones modified by candles are the dining room. You can only pick it up and put it back. That's basically it. All I can see is you can pick it up and put it back. So it looks like a total red herring. Trapdoor to cellar. West Hall mirror. Porcelain doll. $44 is the staircase. We used the knife. Do we still have the knife? Is there anything more to do with that? It's possible that our problem is that, you know, some room was changed and we didn't do it. Bedroom became 36. Take the key. We killed the baby. The study becomes 35. Room 36 becomes 32. Then you have to go to 46, which kicks us out. Room 36 becomes 32. Just try to rule out candles for good. It's not that you can't use the candles. It's, sorry, Jonathan was saying, just try to rule out candles for good. You said one passage said you can no longer use candles. Does that entry modify the dining room? The only thing, the candles, there's no such thing as you can no longer use them permanently. That's the only thing I was remarking on. That, like, all of the things that say you can no longer use it, just say you can no longer use it because you don't own it until you pick it up again. But if I look at all the candle modifiers, what I see is the only things you can modify is you can turn the dining room, when you put it back, there's only 5 entries for candle box. Let's see. One is blank. Doesn't do anything. It's just saying, why were you trying to do this? Why were you trying to do this? Why are you trying to do this? There's only 2 non-joke entries for candlestick. And that's just to put it back in its place, depending on the existing state of the dining room. So you can either turn it to 28, which is what it was before you picked it up, or you can turn it to 9, which is what it was, I guess, before you chopped up the table. But then if you pick it up, you go to 26. So you're just picking it up and putting it back. It is doesn't do anything. You can't use it for anything. All right, I think I'm going to have to do the same with the axes. The axe is only in the first book. Only in the base book. And if I look up axes, I see you can open up the study, which is what we did. You can smash up the dining room, which is what we did. We can try to break up the lock of the metal thing, which is what we did. We can smash up the dining room a different way. That's it. So X is done. All right, now we'll look for the diamond, which are the 700s. The diamonds have 3 entries, but they're all about different ways that the vestibule can be. They all produce the exact same thing. They all say the exact same thing. So they're just 3 different times, 3 different states of the vestibule that you can do that. So there's no more looking for diamonds. There's no more candlestick use. There's no more axe use. Let's look up the metal key. We can put it on the tray. We can turn the pantry. We can open up something. We did this before. Pantry becomes 23. That's what it is. It becomes 23. The kitchen becomes 22. Just make sure. Kitchen 22. Dented lock with the key jutting out. You take the key. Then it becomes 24. And that's what we are at now. All right, so that is done. Bedroom becomes 36. Bedroom becomes 32. That's it for the keys. Let's see if there's a key use for this guy. He's got no key use. What about him? There is a 3 modifier. There does look like there might be a, I'm not sure if it's a 3 modifier though, but it's something. All right, so there's no more key entries either. Candlestick, axe, key, diamond. So all the modifiers. Jonathan says, I'll be honest and say I don't really understand the nature of the house, the wizard, the ankh, and the alien. Well, it's a sorcerer's house, so it's full of magic that we can't fully understand. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to look at some of the 500s. Let's read that 500 again. I wonder if that's not telling us to add 500 to everything from now on. I'll bet that's what it is. It's like the previous game. I'll bet that is not saying when you want to leave the house, do a 500. It's saying every next location we go to, add 500. Let's see. When you leave the house, add 500 to take the child with you. I think we're now plus 500 for everything we do. Let's read it together. I mean, I'm starting to think that's what it means, but let's read it and... Okay. When you leave the house, add 500 to take the child with you. Jonathan, I'm starting to think what it's telling us is that... Where's our super close up? Okay, let's read this together. When you leave the house, add 500 to take the child with you. I'm thinking now we're supposed to add 500 to every place we go. We tried going out the street and it just re-looped us. But now let's try one of the other places that normally loops us and add 500 to it. So let's take a deep breath for a second here. Okay, here's what we'll do. Let's leave by space wasps. I like it. I like it. Jonathan, I like your thinking. Let's leave by space wasp. Let's blow the whistle. Okay, so where is the whistle? I like your thinking. I like your thinking a lot. All right. Here we go. Where is the whistle? The whistle was in the dining room or sitting room, I believe. Let's find it. I think it. Let's see. 27. We're Dexter. It must have been the last guy. So the last guy in Duncan's life. If we go to 20. No, it's not 27. Was it 48? Was it the sitting room? Yes, if you used to add the whistle, add 300. Okay, so what we're going to do, Gregory says nope. But if it was true, it would be 548, and we would go instead to 548, which there isn't an entry for. All right, well, Gregory is here. Gregory, we have a question. The rule tells us to, when we want to leave the house with the girl, add 500. We can see there are lots of 500 entries, but it doesn't seem like we found a way out of the building. Without giving us a hint about what's going on, can you at least tell us that you don't think we've done something wrong? Is there some... Is there something else we have to figure out? We're not just supposed to pick a place and leave through it, right? We've gotten the thing that says add 500 when you want to leave the house. But when we add 500 to 14, it just tells us to go back in. Gregory says, never mind, I was typing in Messenger. I tried to leave by space wasp, Jonathan, by adding 500 to 548, but there's no entry for that. So we can't get out by space wasp. The question is, are we just supposed to pick one of these locations and add 500 to it? Or do we have to figure something out before we can add 500? The only place we know to add 500 is the street number 14. Are we allowed to add 500 to other places now? Or is something else going to tell us when we can leave the house by adding 500 to it? I'm going to peek and see whether these 500s are different in the different books is what I'm going to do. Yeah, they're different. They're different. We've got all of these places that each of the different people can use to loop out of the world. Can we just add 500 to that? You have to find a way out. Okay. You've done nothing wrong. It sounds like you're trapped. You have to find a way out. Okay. So, all right, don't give us a hint. That's enough. Just telling us that there's a way out. That there's something we're not figuring out. That's all we need to know. Don't give us any more hints. There's something we need to figure out. Okay, let's take a break. We'll clear our mind, stretch. I think we got to stick with this. I think maybe we'll read. Maybe the room with the grimoire says, Jonathan, potentially all three of us are there on different balconies. Yes, but all we're allowed to do is read there. We can't. I like that idea. I think also let's look through that aperture that showed a different scene once we rescued the girl. That's the one place that changes what it says, right? 45. Let's read this again. It says, you walk through the darkness of the hallway, which your lamp seems unable to chase away. You finally get a glimpse of a glow on your left, step up the pace. You soon discover the left wall, a metal door with a small aperture. Through it, you can see a small room with a window opening onto a vestibule, similar to that of the Sorcerer's house, but terribly dilapidated. A window opening onto a vestibule. In the vestibule, you think it's Agent Dexter and his men that are passing by again and again. You try calling, pounding on the door, and even to force it in vain. Weary and desperate, you decide to see where the hallway ends. After a few minutes, you reach some sort of archway that opens onto a spiral staircase, 44, that sinks into the earth. When we read that, that's the one that says there's balconies. We straighten our chest, we go down, and then you stiffen as you catch sight of two of them, from which dark, strangely familiar, probably humanoid shapes. We think that might be the previous versions of us. If you try reading the book here, add 21 to the number of this room, which just makes us loop 65. You are about to read, but an immense wave of loneliness sweeps through you. You scrutinize the other balconies for a moment, but the humanoid shapes that occupy them remain motionless. You lower your head and close your eyes. You are about to read. That sounds like maybe Jonathan is onto something. Like, do the three have to read at once? Like, what if we added up the numbers for all of those places? So 44, if you want to read the book, add 21. And then the other guy, if you want to read the book, it's 46. And then the other guy, where's his room? If you want to read the book, is 42. So 42, add 11. This sounds crazy, but we have lost our mind now. The game has made us lost our mind. So in the base book, which is Dexter, don't look at anything else. In the base book of Dexter, his 42, and he says add 11 if we want to read the book. Okay, the next guy is 43. No, it's not 43. The next one is 44. I gotta make sure these numbers haven't changed either. 42 is his tunnel. That seems to be unchanged. The next guy is 44 plus 21. If we want to try reading the book, that's Mason, right? Hassan. And the next guy, Duncan, well, his book is 46 plus 16. And let's make sure his number didn't change. How did we get to 46 from his house? I'm just looking in the book. That's why I think we got to be careful about study, which was 35. So you go to 35, 46. Okay, so here are our numbers. 42 plus 11. Let's close these up. So each of the three places where you're reading the book, it says loneliness gets on us. Jonathan says we're not lonely because we can read with Alice now. Alice is passed out and asleep. I think it's because of the three other people. We need to go down there all together. So 42, 44, 46. And then the modifiers. So let's just try this in different ways. This adds up to 53. This adds up to 65. And this adds up to 62, right? And if we read those individually, we get the same explanation that you're about to read, but loneliness gets over you. And this one says, we're about to read, but loneliness sweeps over you. And this one says, you're about to read, but loneliness sleeps over you. Okay, what if we add up these three numbers? So that would be 128 plus 53 is 181. No, 180. So 67, 120, 180. My brain is going bad, so let's just try again. 8, 10, 0, 1, 12, 17, 180. So if we add them all up, but we could try just adding 500 to reading in Dexter's timeline to see if Alice changes something. We could try adding 500 to reading. I don't think that's right. But what number would you suggest we look at? You're saying instead of the reading going to... If they all read together at their final locations, it's 180. What are you saying we would do to add 500 to? 500 says when we're leaving the house, add 500. I'm going to see if 180 is in here. 553. All right, let's look up at 553. In Dexter's timeline, let's see if there's an entry for 553. There is an entry for 553. There is an entry for 553. But what would that be doing, Jonathan? You're saying instead of Dexter reading that by himself, when we're ready to leave the house, add 500. 553. And then you're saying for Mason, we would go 565 maybe? Or we wouldn't even do that. Well, there is a 565. And there is a 562. Okay, so if you wanted to pick for each of the individuals to add 500 to their reading of the book, you do get special entries. If I look up 180, I also see special entries. Okay, so let me see if they all have a 180. All right, so I see 180s in each book, and I see the 500 plus locations in each book. All right, so we absolutely have stumbled on to a key part. Now, the question is, which of these do we use? Jonathan says, let's look at 180 because it was more clever. It would be pretty mean to punish us for coming up with this reading the book. But then how do we use the 500? All right, let's do the 180. Let's see what happens. Which book should we look at for 180? Let's look at the main guy first. 180. I mean, maybe it's just going to say nothing happens. I don't know. Ooh, I don't know if this is good. I think this is a bad ending. But it is an ending. It says, you start chanting the unholy text, and the silhouettes of the other two balconies immediately imitate you. Your voices then unite, and everything around you seems to liquefy. You soon lose consciousness. Proceed immediately to entry 999. Okay, so all right, so we read 180, which takes us to 999. Before we read 999, what if we had added up not the full numbers, but the partial before modifier numbers? No, it said to read the book at 11. But if we had, it would be 86, 126, 132. Is that an entry in here? Hopefully not. No, there's 132. All right, so before I peek at that, should we see what would happen if we did... Oh, should we have added 500 to 180? It does make sense because it's Alice too. All right, let's do that. Before we... well, we're kind of right. Well, let's see. If we added 500 to 180, it would be 680. There is an entry for 680. All right, let's see what 680 says. We're doing 680. We're rewinding slightly because Jonathan is right. We should have added 500. Okay. You start chanting an unholy text, and then the silhouettes of other two balconies immediately imitate you. Your voices then unite, and everything aroused you seem to liquefy. Everything around you seems to liquefy. Before losing consciousness, you squeeze little Alice's hand even tighter. Proceed immediately to entry 1000. Okay. So it's a tiny bit, and if we read them all, they're all going to say the same thing. 680. You chant the unholy test. Balcony, the voices unite. Go to 1000. And then this guy reads it. He says, you start chanting the unholy text. The silhouettes of the other two balconies immediately imitate you. Your voices then unite, and everything around you seems to liquefy. You soon lose consciousness. Proceed immediately to entry 1000. So the main guy who found Alice, he gets told we squeeze Alice's arm. Okay, I'm completely fine with that because nothing changed in there. It just said go to this entry, 999, and the other one says go to 1000. So we didn't really like see that it was bad and then try something else. We saw it and it said immediately go to this entry, and Jonathan said in the chat, wait a second, I thought you meant check for the 500 plus. Okay, so are we happy? We're going. I don't care. I'm just asking Jonathan for formality's sake, but we are squeezing little Alice's hand. We're going to 680 rather than 999. We don't strictly know which one is better, but we're going to read the 1000 now. Here we go. We squeeze little Alice's hand. And we are going, and then maybe we'll look at what these other 553s are. So here we go. We're reading 1000. So there's a 999 and then there's 1000. That's it. Here we are. Bureau of Investigation, Boston, Massachusetts, May 20th, 1929 at 3 p.m. Let's see if I can get you this so you can read it too. As soon as you enter the hallway that leads you to the director's office, you adjust your jacket and pull on the sleeves of your shirt. You raise your head and puff out your chest as you fix your tie, your face radiant. You are about to knock on the door when that pen pusher, Duncan, gives you a big slap on the shoulder. Congrats, Dexter. Great job. You smile at him, putting things into perspective. Tell yourself that it could have been worse. You could have run into that bastard Mason. A glance confirms that the door to his office is closed. He's probably taking a nap. You raise your hand once more, but Hoover opens the door before you can knock. Well done, Dexter. I just got a call from Arkham Hospital. Little Alice has just returned home. Good work. Tell me how it went. Hoover shuts the door behind you. 7 points. Supreme perfect victory. Now, if we hadn't squeezed Alice's hand, which we were almost about to do, we kind of did it, and then we said, wait, Alice, get over here. So if we had done that, we still would have got 4 points, which would still be a victory, just not perfect victory. As soon as you walk into the hallway, it leads you to the director's office. You pull on your shirt sleeve, you raise your head, you puff out your chest, you fix your tie. Duncan puts his hand on your shoulder. Be brave, Dexter, be brave. You smile sadly at him, putting things into perspective. Tell yourself that it could have been worse. You could have run into that bastard Masson. A glance confirms the door to his office is closed. Hoover must have sent him to Arkham to try to find the young girl. You raise your hand once more, but the door opens before you can knock. Come in, Dexter, we need to talk. Hoover shuts the door behind you. So, almost identical, but on one, we're happier because we rescued Alice. Okay. So, we've got a lot to talk about. I want to see if we had gone to the 553, what ending we would have gotten. Okay, so if we had tried to read Jonathan, what you wanted to do was just add 500 to when we read it. It's actually a bit of a clue here. It says, well, let's read it. It says, you are about to read, but an immense wave of loneliness, which Alice's presence cannot break, sweeps through you. You scrutinize the other balconies for a moment, but the humanoid shapes that occupy them remain motionless. So it says you've got Alice, you squeeze her hand. That's what the 500 did, but you've still got the loneliness. So it was giving us a little clue that we need to all do it together. And if we had added it without I forget what, yeah, there was no entry for adding it without their modifiers. All right, well, that was quite an experience. Oh, there is a solution. Sorry, let's not forget it. So there is a solution thing after we read this ending. Let's read the solution. A passage between worlds, a trap, or just a fun place for the crawling chaos Nyanthroatep. No one really knows what the House of the Sorcerer is. It's probably all of the above. The American government promptly realized, at the time of the Salem events, that this place was dangerous, and unable to destroy it, chose to protect its population by forbidding its access to anyone, i.e., making it a presidential residence long before it fell into oblivion. 3 locations and 3 eras coexist in this place, which does not comply with the rules of physics as we know them. The time of the house's creation, which Agent Massan's team will visit, the present time in which Dexter will be captured, and a place beyond space and time, possibly related to Kadath, in which Nyarlathotep seems to be present. To leave the house, the groups who are unable to communicate with each other will have to move the sacrificial dagger, among other things, from one era to another using the only constant in the house, the small metal box and its key. Once reunited in the grimoire room, which may well be the true essence of the house, they will have to chant the incantation together so that Dexter can escape and the other groups are never sent to the house. The house, and in particular the balcony room, was inspired by the short story The Dreams in the Witch House, which I encourage you to read. This is Gregory Pravat talking to us. Alice and her Mirror, beyond Lewis Carroll's novels, is also a nod to The Trap, the entertaining short story co-written by H.P. Lovecraft and Henry S. Whitehead. To summarize what needs to be done to successfully complete this adventure, use the axe to open the door to the study, where you find the key. With the key, open the small pantry metal box to gain access to the circular room. The small metal box and the key are thrown into the kitchen. Go back to the kitchen, take the key from the kitchen, put it in the bedroom with the dressing table. In booklet A, the chest and the key are now in the same place, which makes it possible to unlock the diamond, now available in the introductory book's vestibule. You have the option to search for the diamond in the vestibule of the Case 3 booklet and follow the little girl. Free the little girl. Now, if you manage to leave the house, you can add 500 bonus for the little girl for an absolute victory, or forget about her for a simple victory. In booklet A, put the knife in the small metal box to use it in booklet B. In booklet B, kill the child to open the passage to the circular room. The 3 accesses to the circular room are now available. You will be able to leave the house. To that end, everyone must read the grimoire. From any booklet, add the room number of the current booklet plus the grimoire reading bonuses for all 3 booklets. There are 3 possibilities, depending on the different ways. 590, 592, 594. The 3 rooms and the 3 booklets can also be added together to get 180 or 680 with the girl. From any booklet, add the room number of the current booklet plus the grimoire reading bonuses. I see. So if you just took 1 room and then the 3 bonuses for the 3 people, pick any of the 3 rooms, and then add the 3 bonuses for the 3 people, you get these numbers. Or do it this way, the way I did it, and get this way. These 590, 592, 594 are going to be exactly the same. They're just going to send you to read. That's why there are so many 5 entries. they just still send you to room 1000. Okay. And that is case 3, House of the Sorcerer. John says, good Rob, Jesse figuring out the adding the rooms together without the hint from one of the failed just leave with Alice endings. It's true. If we had done that, I think we probably would have been led to solve it. But I will say this, Jonathan, you saved us from leaving this house without Alice. And I don't want to hear anyone tell me that we should have stuck with reading that 999 because we had no idea what it was. At the last minute, we grabbed Alice's hand. There is nothing wrong with a tense ending. What's it called when something is just in the nick of time? My whole brain is shutting down. A last minute ending. We grabbed Alice's hand and got out with a perfect victory. All right, now it's 8:30 a.m. Jonathan says, I think it was fair. I do as well. If we had read it and then tried to back up, I think that would have been breaking the rule. But the fact that we didn't read anything and didn't get any hint, it didn't say, if we had read something and it said, oh, you didn't grab Alice's hand, then backing up would have hurt. But it's a good lesson. And in my remedial detective school thing, I make a point that it's very easy to get to the end of a long session and just been like, oh, let me guess this. We've done it before in games. And I did make the mistake myself. I just said, let's just read it. And if I had delayed a little bit, we wouldn't even be discussing this because Jonathan knew to say, hey, add 500. All right, so what we're going to do now, it's a long night. We should wrap this up, but we have to do our thing. We have to take our 5-minute break, come back, give our thoughts. We'll try to make them brief because this is approaching possibly our longest session ever, but we got it done in one session. So we will take a 5-minute break. Jonathan, you will come up with some thoughts. I know we were both getting a little bit tense towards the end, but we'll come up with our 5-minute break. We'll give some final thoughts. Gregory must be wiping sweat off his brow that we didn't freak out and get too frustrated. Okay, 5 minutes. I'll see you then. Okay, we're back 8.5 hours in. Gregory Privat may have gone off to sleep, but we need to talk about this case for a bit. And wow, I mean, I am a bit in shock at the experience. What is there to say? I'm going to give some thoughts. Jonathan will give his thoughts in the chat. We'll take a look at them in a second. I mean, it was a great experience. I think there's lots to talk about, but the first and overwhelming impression is just sort of a, wow, it's completely different than any other of these kinds of games. It's shocking that it works. It must have been a nightmare to create. Gregory Privat has posted a photo on the Board Game Geek section of like a table filled out with diagrams and papers, and I wonder if it's not for this case. It just boggles the mind, the kinds of complexity that had to go on in here. And I think, you know, it's pretty amazing. And we'll leave aside the sort of subjective experience of playing the game. We'll get to that shortly. But I just want to talk about how sort of shocking it is that such a new mechanic with these complicated details and a completely different feel from the first two cases. The first two cases introduced new ideas that Sherlock Holmes consulting detective didn't use with interview and investigate and picking 3 locations. And here we have something entirely different, entirely novel. And Anna Maria, who joined us at the beginning, said, this isn't really what I look for in a Sherlock Holmes consulting detective game. It's not really, you're not really solving a mystery by using logic to figure out a standard mystery. And she's right. It didn't feel like a Sherlock Holmes consulting detective game. It felt completely different, but shockingly well done and amazing. This idea that we've got this is our map of the place, and the game says, the rules don't even mention this kind of game. But the rules for this case say you just get this, right? You don't even know about these 2 booklets. You just get this 1 booklet. It says, grab out this map, grab a pencil and paper. You're going to be changing annotations. And I thought the house was going to be shifting around and moving, but it was much more interesting. We were actually jumping between 3 characters in 3 different eras. And we played the first one and it was like, surprise, get out this booklet A. And now you're sent back into the house as a different detective. And then it happened again. And then we started looping. So gone are the time limits. The 10 lead time limit was just to get a little flavor and to push you through the 3 acts of the 3 different people. But after that, the game said, no more worrying about time. You've got all the time in the world to do this as you leap between these 3 characters in 3 different locations. It was quite concerning about making a mistake. I think that's the only part that when we got to the end, we got stuck. We got stuck because Gregory played a little trick on us. We didn't mess up. We were just stuck as part of the game. But I think my only real concern here is, especially with the way that was worded, the plus 500, if you don't have Gregory in your stream to ask what to do if we get stuck, it would be very easy to get to the end and think that you messed up. And that's why you're stuck. That's my only concern here, like that this needs a little warning on it that says, hey, if you save the girl and you think you've messed up and you're stuck, you're not. There is a way out. And having Gregory tell us that we didn't mess up was what we needed. And maybe we'll talk about the ending in a second, but I'm just shocked at how amazing this worked as a mechanic and how kind of novel. It was just a feeling of being in a totally novel thing. And it feels like it's almost, you see these games that sort of recreate as an analog paper and pencil format, a computer game. And this is another game that did it in a different way, in a very complicated way, in terms of the back end of designing it. And it's just amazing that it worked. So that's the whole mechanic of it, the basic mechanic of moving through these booklets. Very cool. I don't know if it was a little overwhelming to watch. It was just barely able to keep my hands on it. I do feel like when we play these games and we take notes, it's nice to have a game where the notes are useful. They don't feel like totally wasting time. Now, this game, we filled up this entire 100-page notebook here of notes. Now, most of these notes weren't necessary, but it did challenge us in taking notes in terms of remembering what was where, and we had to keep careful notes on this paper. And I find that enjoyable. I find it enjoyable that we're rewarded for our ability to keep good notes and keep mental track of everything. So there's that. Leaving aside the puzzle mystery sort of logic parts of it, which we can get to, I also want to say that when the appeal of this game to me was, I like Sherlock Holmes solving pure mysteries, but I also like the scary, horror, creepy world and being creeped out and feeling like paranoid and you're going mad. And I do feel like that's the one thing Gregory has done pretty well with these games, and I really enjoyed this one. There were certain scenes when we were walking around this house and all of a sudden you're open into this giant chasm and balconies and the stone walls, which are made of some mysterious substance. And then we walked into this room and there's this Antichrist baby upside down with an ankh with blood coming out of it. I mean, like adult horror, scary stuff. And I like it. I like that's a new experience that you can't get in these games. And I enjoyed being in this scary world, not understanding how this house worked. We're in this house of this sorcerer. We got a glimpse of him and he disappeared. We got this whistle you blow with the wasp that came down that we climbed on top of. I mean, I loved that imagery. I love that world. And for me, this sorcerer's house that was shifting and changing back in time was just creepy and crazy and maddening enough that it made it feel cool, but manageable enough that we could still plan out where things were. I was a little worried going into this that it was going to be like a creepy maze of passages all alike, that we were going to try to make a map that wasn't going to make sense, and that we would just completely have our minds scrambled in terms of map. But it wasn't the case. There were just a couple interesting things. In one area, you go down the landing, you end up upstairs, and in a couple areas, some rooms are blocked off. Other than that, it was very manageable, and I really liked that. Again, the whole story of the kid that's gone missing that we recover was cool. The 3 different detectives that we see through the mirror was cool. Everything was very cool, atmospheric, thematic, creepy. So I loved all that. The parts of the moving parts of the puzzle, I also really liked. I liked this idea that we sort of got this. It took us. I love the thing where things where unfold in time as you play. They start to make more sense, and it was very cool when we figured out that these are 3 different people in 3 different eras in the same house, and we sort of got we caught on early to the fact that we have to send information back and forth, but then we got stuck on the candlestick thinking, well, if the old guy in the old era puts it here, it'll be in the same room next era, but things move around. And so it took us a while to figure out. We had to send the key back, we had to send the knife back, and there was some real teamwork going on with Jonathan. Jonathan's like, we put the key, and Jonathan's like, hey, before you put the key away, why don't you put the knife in there? There were some, we sent the key back, he used it, and they were like, hey, Jonathan's like, put the knife in there too. So we sent the key back, the knife forward. That was very cool. It made sense. Like the things clicked into place and were quite cool. Now, so I think Gregory was on his A game for this case. They've only gotten better. Case 2 is better than case 1. Case 3 is better than case 2. The final answer for this one, adding the numbers, was, well, this is one of these cases. There's certain things that when you get right, you're very biased because you feel great and clever about it. This was a rated 3 difficulty of 3. It's maxed out difficulty. And I do feel like I feel great about the ending. I feel great that we the clues were there. And you have to appreciate that. In this game, the clues were there. The clue about where to use the knife was there. The clue about the keys were there, and the clue about that final thing was there. It was subtle, but the fact about it's tempting to just read those passages and be like, okay, just tell me what happens. Oh, I get kicked back. But the clue was there about Lonely it took us a while to realize that the characters he sees up there are the other ones of these detectives. So when those put together and it clicked, it was very satisfying. We almost left the house without Alice, which would not have been satisfying. The only real caveat to that is that you could see some groups having a bad experience, being unsuccessful, and being complaining. So we kind of knew from the demo case that Gregory can be a little tricky, right? There was the number mentioned that wasn't a strict thing. Like this is, and he's done it here too. Like there's no rules that tell you how to combine these 3 things. This is outside of the normal world of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, where you're explained mechanics. Here, for this final thing, we're trapped in madness. We've gone mad in that house and been trapped. And the only way to get out is to come up with a solution that nowhere in the game does it tell you. You just have to figure out that there must be a way out. You have to conclude that there's no normal way out, that you haven't made a mistake, that you haven't missed a room out, that you haven't forgotten something to do with the an object like the candlestick, you have to say, I have to think out of the box. I've lost my mind a little bit. How would I do it? Very satisfying when we figured that out. We got stuck for a good hour or two, maybe at the end, where we didn't know what to do. But we did figure it out, so it felt very successful. And thanks to Jonathan, before we read the $9.99, we remembered to grab Alice's hand. But you could see groups saying, hey, how are we supposed to know to do that? And another group saying, you told me to add 500 when I leave the house, so you should have given me a chance when I thought I was leaving the house to add 500. So I can see some groups, some people being disappointed. But it was hard difficulty. I think it lived up to that, and I thought it was perfect there. What else do we need to say? Let's catch up on Jonathan. I think Jonathan was wasn't as quite enamored of some of this that I was. He says it does feel like an analog point and click game. I'm curious how many people get hung up near the end, or if they'll catch the loneliness hint earlier than we did. I think people are going to get stuck there. Jonathan says, it's interesting. I think you're quite a bit higher on this overall than I am. I'll also say it's very technically impressive. In terms of a subjective story for me, though, it felt pretty neutral. I think, yeah, I mean, this is sort of, it seems like the three of us, you, Jonathan Warner, me, and Anna Maria fell on that spectrum. Like Anna Maria's like, I don't like this creepy choose your own adventure story. I wouldn't call this a choose your own adventure story at all. I really wouldn't. I would object to that. It is a solvable puzzle. It is a little bit more like a point and click adventure game rather than figure out who the murderer is. It's how do you manipulate things? What object do you use where? So an adventure game puzzle, but it sounds like maybe Anna Maria was like, I don't like this creepy horror world stuff. I want deduction, mystery solving. Jonathan's like, I'm kind of neutral in this horror mystery story world, but impressed by some of the design things. For me, this was a very satisfying and atmospherically hit the mark for me. It felt very different than Sherlock Holmes, but it felt very creepy and scary, and I really liked that it didn't have that strict time limit, you lose thing. It felt like we played it until we solved it, and we could have sat here for another 3 hours and thought about it until we solved it, and I really do appreciate that. If we want to talk about a couple more criticisms, I do think one criticism is not a real criticism. It's just that I fear this is, if you hit this as a casual person, it would be very easy to make a mistake, to forget to upgrade a number and be in trouble. Like, I don't know how easy it is to make a mistake and break things. I worry about that. I would worry about a group getting to the end and being like, either something went wrong with what we did or the game, but we're stuck and we don't know what to do. And I just worry that, I mean, maybe I shouldn't worry. It didn't happen to us. We solved it and feel good about it, but there's a little bit there. Now, the part that I'm a little more iffy about, if I'm looking for criticisms of a game that I thought was pretty fantastic, and like a total novel, unique Sherlock Holmes consulting detective like game, although it really isn't like like Sherlock Holmes consulting detective at all. But anyway, if I were to nitpick, I think one thing would be the candlestick. I understand that that's maybe just a red herring meant to throw us off. So I don't want to criticize it too much. But I think part of the way we handle getting stuck, if we play for an hour and we get stuck, we've developed ways to sort of peak. and we're like, look, we've totally exhausted what to do with this candlestick. Rather than spend 8 hours trying everything, we've learned that it's time to peek and do a little, figure out what's the best way to look and convince ourselves that we've exhausted this and we should stop. And I feel like that's sort of an advanced skill of playing these games. And, you know, if you have a game where the players aren't going to get stuck for reasons you intend, figuring out this thing where you have to add up these numbers, if that's not going to happen, then maybe it's okay if the candlesticks don't have any real use. But when you combine that, when you combine a thing where you've got these conspicuous object that feels like it should have a use, and you're likely to have the players not be able to get out of the house, then it really feels like you're saying, figure out how to use the candlesticks to get out of the house. And I think that's partly why we got hung up for an hour until we looked at everything and saw it. So that's you're playing with fire to have things that seem like they should be important but aren't, and at the same time have it almost guaranteed that people are going to get stuck and not be able to get out until they really break and think outside of the box. Having said that, this game is very open about the theme of madness in these H.P. Lovecraft books. And this game embraces that. And this case in particular embraces that. You're in this sorcerer's house, in this magical house that will drive men mad. And it is completely reasonable for you to experience confusion, frustration, and madness. And we did, and we still got out and solved it. And I don't know, you can't really ask for more than that, and you can't criticize a game for inducing those emotions so well. And I think when we read the first case and second case, the wrap-up end seemed a little brief. And it feels to me like Gregory knew that this case was sort of an opus magnus, however you say that, magnus opus, whatever it is. Like, he knew this was a special achievement. And he put some extra effort into explaining at the end how you should have figured out, how you should have solved it. And emotionally satisfying that we rescued the girl. I look for that in these games. Where is the emotional reward for doing well? And this had it. Anna Maria asked at the very beginning, what's the chance that we're going to solve this girl? Because in our previous case, I don't want to give away spoilers if you haven't watched it, but Anna Maria in the beginning of this one was like, what's the chance we're going to get this girl alive? And I was like, not if Gregory heads his way. And in this case, there were two paths. We either get out and save the girl or we don't. And this time, were able to save the girl. That was very satisfying. So, and Anna Maria is back. So I think you missed something quite special, Anna Maria. I'm not saying it's for you. It may not have been enjoyable for you, but it was special. It was a real accomplishment. Quite magical, I thought. Not just a fascinating new idea, experimental, but I think it really did work. And Gregory should be very proud of this. This is sort of a noteworthy achievement in doing something quite novel and different and quite impressive. In addition to being, at least for me, wonderfully enjoyable. Jonathan, a little more lukewarm, but I don't think, this will have to wait for my final review to talk about. There's still 2 more cases to play. But I think, when you open this box, there's 5 cases in here compared to 10 in Sherlock Holmes. And there's a reason why. In the Sherlock Holmes, they're reusing some cases and they're shorter cases or whatever. But I think at some point, and I think that point has come, you have to say that Gregory has not just made 5 cases using the same system. It's almost like Gregory has evolved over the course of these games, completely different games. It's just quite impressive achievement. Anna Maria says, I checked in a few times. I don't think it's for me. It looked like an exit game. I don't like those. Well, it definitely was a little bit more like a puzzly exit game. I think you could say that, but I don't, what you could say is the mechanics of solving it are more like an adventure game or sort of an exit game, but this is still a reading paragraphs game. And that means it's not an exit game. I really think that that's the proper dividing line there. Sherlock Holmes Consultant Detective is about thinking hard, understanding the mystery. Yes, but it's also about reading, and this is a reading game. And I think for that reason, it belongs in its proper genre. Jonathan says, here's the real question. Do we want to go into case 4 tonight since we thought this would take 2 sessions, or do we need more of a break? That's a very interesting question. Let's think about it. I think maybe if we're smart, Jonathan, if you're available on Tuesday, and we don't have, if Anna Maria wants to join us for case 4 and can only make tomorrow, then I'm up for playing case 4 tomorrow. If Anna Maria doesn't think it doesn't matter whether we play case 4 tomorrow or Tuesday, then maybe we'll do Tuesday. Case 4 looks completely different again. It's just an envelope of loose documents. I don't know how Gregory came up with the energy to make these things, each one different. It boggles my mind. But let me know. I could play tomorrow. I could play on Tuesday. Tomorrow is better for me than Tuesday. All right, let's do it. Let's play tomorrow. Tonight is what we mean, right? Saturday night is what we're talking. Saturday night at 11, which is in 15 hours. Anna Maria, are you ready to join us in 15 hours for case 4, Saturday the 7th? If so, we'll just do it. We'll lock it in right now. 9-hour stream. This might be our longest stream tonight, right? Okay, it sounds like we're playing case 4 tonight, but Anna Marie may dip out. So Jonathan, it may be you and I, but yeah, let's do it. Okay, we're doing it. Jonathan says, even less sanity. I love it. All right. And we even outstayed Gregory Provine, who I think must have been sweating bullets. Credit to Gregory for not losing his cool and shouting out a solution or a hint that would be useful for us. It made it much more satisfying when we did come up with our solution. All right, well, 15 hours, case 4. I thought this was pretty fantastic. You can see for some people, at least, this is going to be a very special experience. I do think it helps. I've talked before, this will be my sort of final comment here. Every once in a while, I play a game where when I finish, I think, wow, it would have been nice if someone told me this. If someone didn't give any hints, but here are the things that would have been nice to know if I got stuck or whatever. And I almost feel like there should be a Board Game Geek thread about Bureau of Investigation that says, like, read this when you are about to give up. If you're completely about to give up after you've played it, no hints beforehand, but when you get ready to give up, read this. And then maybe for this case, it would say something like, you haven't made a mistake. It's not broken. There is a solution. Look harder. That's all maybe you'd have to say, just to give people enough confidence that they don't give up. And a lot of these games have that flavor where you're afraid you broke something. And yeah. Okay, so, well, 15 hours, we're going to go at it again. A little bit of madness has snuck in and infected us is what I think. Let's sleep a bit, see you in a few hours. All right, well, we're all in agreement. We've all gone a little mad. Gregory Privat was sitting outside the window looking in at us for 8 hours and then passed out, or the sorcerer got him, or Gregory is the sorcerer. Anna Maria had to tap out early. It was just too overwhelming. Jonathan and I got locked in that house. We were going crazy at the end. We were going a little crazy at the end, but we did eventually get out, save the girl. Happy ending. All right. Thanks for joining us. If you like this content, you can like or subscribe if you want. It doesn't really matter. But what does matter is to visit the Board Game Geek Guild section for the Co-op for Two channel. There's a link in the YouTube community tab. And when you're there, there's a thread where we plan out what games to play and when. You can join in on that thread and help us decide what games to play next. I'll see you in 15 hours for Case 4 from Bureau of Investigation, which I don't remember the title. I just know it's completely different from Case 3. So we'll see what Gregory has up his sleeve, what tricks. And with that, I'll see you soon.